What's up, everybody? How are you doing? What's going on this fabulous, Saturday night? Yeah. Donna just sent a message because she was going live. Okay. Hey, Trace, how are you doing? Hey, Lamisa. Hi, friends. I know it's Saturday. Reminded me of a Cajun song just now. I'm like, Saturday night and the moon is out. Anyways, I'm not heading over to a twist and shout. Anyways, right? Here, am I right? So I don't know. We're just gonna, I don't know, just kind of talk about this whole federal crap with hey Gene, with Tim. Okay, God, I've been waiting for, or I could feel something like just by observing the Diddy case and knowing that Tim has been on, under investigation twice, or two different investigations, like with OUR and him. And then right before the movie Sound of Freedom, right? The big box office propaganda movie. Hey, mom. My mom? Huh? Or I just okay. I'm sorry. Okay, Layla. Okay, there you are. There's a lot of K's here, right? There's nothing wrong with that. um, but yeah, like just kind of big time. I was like, okay, I'm gonna study the Diddy case. I'm just gonna kind of see how this goes. Because, I mean, first off, stepping into human trafficking, I'm gonna have to start saying keywords if I want to stop being shadow banned, right? I know. Cheers. And so, anyways, but just, I was always against it, I'm like, oh my God, no. And I mean, every time they would have a bust, just anywhere, like on the news or whatever, I'd be like, oh, yay. I didn't know anything about it though. I really did not. Still, I'm not an expert. Right here, I'm JJ's aunt. I'm Charles's niece and Tyler's cousin, and I'm just here trying to make sense of what it's like. The rest of the story, like Tim Ballard and the whole, that whole leg of it. I don't know what else to call it, but that whole leg of it, that's the rest of the story. It's Paul Harvey, okay? The rest of the story. And so I don't expect, to ever really get definitive answers. I mean, I will get answers. I've gotten answers so far. We've gotten answers so far by looking on our own. I have, and so I like that. I like it. It's very empowering to just take something on and just dive into it. I didn't really have a choice for the first time, like with the religion, with just the rest of my world, and how the rest of my world speaks and communicates, and the labels, and I call them labels, but identifying factors, like things like that. I just had never had to. And I felt, I was basically just kind of forced into that situation by Lori, right? Hey, detective's daughter. Yeah, fix your phone. Fix that damn thing. Um, Glad you're here. I'm glad y'all are all here. Hey, Dora. Hey, Nina. How are you? And okay, Layla, of course, and Trace. And I don't know where Donna is, but I'm sure she'll be around. We'll give her a break. Poor thing. But anyways, just I don't know, just trying to understand, especially what my world is today through everything that's happened, like through the lens of everything, like through the difficult research, through all the things that have led us here. Like, how did we get here? First off, um, why, how, when, where, who, what, when, where, why, how. So, what's the other one? Sometimes, who, what, when, where, why, how. What is the other one? I never really had to memorize it because my teacher was like, it's not that important. Well, I needed it before I needed algebra, is all I'm saying. I needed it before I needed algebra. No, but it still says only top messages. That's interesting. Yeah, you were having problems with that last time, huh? Donna's in St. Louis to see granddaughter band camp. All right. Well, have fun, Donna, and tell your granddaughter and the rest of your family we love them and not to keep you forever. I'm just kidding. Have fun. Pick up. Don't break your toe. Y'all remember when all y'all had just about all of y'all broke your foot, broke your toe, all my mods. I was like, what the hell? What do I do? Is this a sign? Anyways, but we'll talk about Lori and her and her lawyer. We'll talk about Lori and her lawyer. I don't like her lawyer. Do you? Right. That's a good way to put it. I haven't quite talked it out yet. I mean, I did the other night whenever my mom, I was like, what is wrong with her? That's what I thought of when I saw, I let me back up. So I went to go put some clothes in my boy's room, right? And when I got back, Jason he's sleeping. He was sleeping. And, I usually have my phone, all the notifications turned off and everything, but I just happened to glance at it and I saw that it had just went dim. And I was like, So I looked and my mom had called 2 minutes before that. And anyways, it left a message and I was like, well, crap, I just missed her. I just went to go put some damn clothes up, didn't go far. Her new lawyer I'm talking about, though, okay, Layla. Lori is she's going to Sarah Boone herself. She's going to represent herself because she is that competent. And I am here for it. No, she's not incompetent again. She still has to go through, with the orders or whatever. As far as I know, y'all know I don't don't quote me. I'm just taking it and, trying to figure it out. Hey, Norma, how are you? Glad you're here. So yeah, I had missed mom's call and anyways, listen, I've read her message first. So I was like, what? Cause it'll send a text of the voice call. And I read it and I was like, why is she happy? Cause I literally just saw where, I think I just scheduled my live for tonight. And then I was going to schedule another live for Sunday and it'd just be about Lori and them, Lori and them. And I noticed that Colby was going live last night. So I hit the notification, for it to remind me, the reminder. And so in between that window of time, so it was last night, damn, I swear. I'm so old, y'all. I feel so old. Hey, Sonia. Good morning to you. It'll be the only time I'm a morning person. Where are you? Australia. That's why. I'm picking. Oh, Lord. Here we go. I know, right? That's the first thing I was like, oh, whatever. When I found out that Lori that her attorneys were trying to get her to the incompetent thing again. And I was like, mother, that would have been a good live to catch if I would have went live. Hey, Natalie, how are you? How's Chuck? How's Chuck and y'all? How are y'all doing? Lori has no control. She is locked up for life 3 times, right? In my opinion, it's about having some power. Yes, and control. It always boils down to control. Because what was around before money? Power and sex? I don't know. I'm just saying, I'm sure they traded raw. Sorry. Damn. It's right there, I have no armor, no room for my arms. Not a good place to eat a steak. Or chat, Well, yeah, so that's what I was going into. So I got a phone call, I missed it. I saw a voicemail from mom. And I mean, last I knew at that moment, at that very moment, up to that moment, I was like, okay, even though I saw Colby's title, y'all saw Colby's title, it was like, my mom wants to represent herself. I think that's what something along those lines, right? And so I was like, ding, hit the notification thing and went to, put up laundry and stuff and missed her call. Called her I called her back, but she didn't answer, and I was like, "Well, god dang it, what the hell's going on?" I don't know. She never did say why she was happy. She was just like, "Yee," and I was just like, what is so damn happy?" Uh, I want to know, but because obviously I got the wrong information, you know. So she finally calls me back, and we chit chatted for it was a good talk. It was a good talk, and I always have to bomb her with all my all this, the world news, the rest of the story basically. But I try to do it more reserved, like as for it to fit in the conversation and not just me like "Wah!" slamming her with all kinds of word vomit, because that's really what it is when you try to explain the hierarchy of this case. She can keep the sex out of the courthouse, right? Lord knows she don't have any money, so it's all power, huh? I mean, really, that just helped me figure that out, Gene. Yeah, no sex unless she has some girlfriends, I'm sure. Whatever, do what you gotta do, boo. But I'm just saying, no money, got commissary. She always worked it, worked it like some jelly. I wish I seem fuzzy. Like my my camera is fuzzy. But anyway, so talked to my mom and she was excited about it. She was like, "I can't wait to face her. I cannot wait to face her." And I was like, I have to sit there and play it out in my mind because I have to let things like absorb. And then mom was like, "So this isn't really my idea. Like I didn't come up with this." But mom was like, "Oh my God." She was like, "Can't you just imagine all those witches, we'll just say witches, of hers, and she was like, Melanie, Zulema, and I was like, Audrey, and she was like, yeah. And we were just like, holy crap. Oh, I was like, ooh, the church might be shaking a little bit too. She might, she might become incompetent, if you know what I mean. Legit. But anyways, no, I haven't talked to anyone. Is her trial still the same date or what? No, vacated, right? I know. I was so looking forward to February. I was like not even trying to talk about it because I didn't want to jinx it. I was just like, do. And I was like, oh God, I was thinking like, we need to start over the case. Like, I like to do that. Like, that's what we did with Tylee and JJ and Idaho. We would just kind of go over the things because to me, it just helps keep it fresh. Yeah. And, watching, did you hear what I said about Lori watching? No, but it doesn't surprise me about corn. Oh, damn corn. Yeah, it's the devil, especially over there. They will wait until it's hot, hot, hot. Well, I mean, we've heard that she does not like it in Arizona, which is shocking to me. I'm like, oh, that's because up in the north, and this is just my opinion. Nobody told me this. This is just my observation. The Mormon people are good people. They're very nice, unless you're driving. Okay, then watch the hell out. Okay, holy shit, I don't think I was ever that scared. Watching Jen and Michelle. I mean, I was in Utah. Still, it doesn't matter. I see you, detective's daughter. I see you. I'm like, holy crap. They're like, it's the damn California drivers. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. It might be Idaho and Utah drivers. Passive aggressive. I'm like, just slow down. Get behind them. Not trying to pull a Clark Griswold here, Oh my God. I'm picking on y'all. Uh, so yeah, Mormons are nice though. I mean, for the most part. And I mean, except for the subjects we talk about, you know what I mean? The perps. But so I mean, Lori probably liked it there better. I'm thinking maybe because people were nicer. Maybe they treated her like a star. I don't really know. Whatever she's got to do to make it through her little days, I do the best I can to make it through mine. And, hey, we're here. We're doing it. Um, yeah, I hope y'all can too. I hope you can, Natalie. I hope we can all meet. That would be great. I don't know. I don't know if and when she would have watched Corn. Like, what? Yeah. I mean, if it was before, I don't doubt it. I do believe that Lori, Alex, I can't, I don't go any further than that. Although I have my speculations that, there's this society within a society. We'll just say that. And it's not so it's very hush, so it's the Gadian robbers that they talk about. It's the secret combinations that they preach about and teach about, and like fear, instill fear in Mormons, in my opinion, in Lori, Alex, and people, to watch out for those Gadian robbers. It's very like, to me, it looks like a tactic, but when you do further research into it, you find out that this is the whole quote satanic panic, which was really some horrible, egregious, horrendous. Like I can't even. God bless those people, because I'm just a consumer. Like I'm just reading it. I'm just trying to learn through listening to different victims' accounts, and I'm just like, wow. And I mean, I have a good imagination. I can picture things, visual. And I mean, that's just kind of how I've done this whole thing, like I picture the temple before, you know what I mean? I know the layout now, but before I was just like, anyways, and I mean, I still, I mean, it's nothing like going there in person or, you know what I mean, learning firsthand or what have you. But I mean, it's good a damn enough, right? It's good enough for me to get an idea. Lori was like, yes, that Trace. I really think that Lori was abused as a child. I really, 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 really do. I think that the reason that she acts so young, for her age, immature for her age, like Tylee surpassed her, is because whatever age she was whenever this happened or whenever it traumatized her, this is just my opinion. I feel like that's when she stopped growing mentally. And, I guess it worked for my uncle. I guess it worked for Joe. I guess it worked for, you know what I'm saying? Like, whatever. That's teach their own, I don't judge them. But I'm just saying, like, when you really look back at everything, it just really seems to be pretty big indicators of some, and I mean, some form of abuse. Let me finish my damn sentence. Oh, thank you, Denise. That's so sweet. Thank you. Um, I'm damn glad I kept my boys close to home. We're glad you kept your boys close to home too. Thank you. Thank you for keeping your boys close to home. Jeez. Can you, I feel so sorry for those. Not like pitiful, you know what I mean? Just sorry. Like my heart hurts for them. It's like they don't know. And I didn't know. You know what I mean? Like whatever system we're living in, we don't know what the hell till we venture out and then we're like, oh crap, this is what's been going on, you know? I'm not sure how she knows because I was doing stuff and listening, but it was, yeah, I listened to the show. I listened to it at like 1.75 speed. I always do, unfortunately. I mean, I just like, I used to kind of enjoy listening, but yeah, anyways, I don't wish any harm on anybody, just whatever, you know, whatever. But I mean, we're all trying to figure it out. I It's not like inventing sliced bread, I mean, we're just trying to figure it out. And I think it's easier, like, to have Megan or other family members to be able to bounce off of, like, especially, because like my mom, Larry, I couldn't just go to them and be like, oh, blah, 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 blah. They'd be like, what? We are not on the same like wavelength, as far as like, I mean, they were handling things in the forefront. I was handling things eh, backstage, I was the caboose, and I always will be. I like it. Me neither, but I'm glad you said it. I just the theories even. I was just like, what? You know. But I don't know. I mean, I know I say some dumb things. I know I do. And I will. I'm going to continue because that's how I learn. I do dumb things and I learn. Hey, Donna. I am trying to listen, but I'm having keep my phone laying on a charger. Girl, mine stays on a charger. It doesn't live outside of a charger. Why? Because I kept it on a charger when I shouldn't have. And using those cheap cords, like with I have an iPhone. When you use a cheap cord, store bought, just right there at the convenience store or whatever. When you don't use an Apple, this is this is the conspiracy. Okay, this is what they feed you. They say that the Apple cords, like, they will stop pushing juice to your phone you know, whenever it's at 100, whereas the ones at a convenience store or, just convenience, you buy it anywhere, um, they continue to charge. And so it ruins your battery. And so that's it for today's lesson. No. Yeah, how'd they do today, Donna? I'm trying to listen. You St. Louis. I know, you hussy. You hussy. Why you didn't come pick me up? I hope you have fun. Don't break your damn foot. Okay. Neither one of them. Oh, actually, I totally slipped my mind. But yesterday, no, yeah, yesterday I was baking some muffins. And I don't know, I went to the kitchen and then I was like, oh my God, like the back of my heel. So never mind. Got it. I got it, boo. Meaning I got Jason to look at it earlier. He kind of rubbed the back, like the very back of my heel, not the bottom of my heel. It's like not my Achilles tendon, like not right there. But anyways, he said it feels like a chipped bone. And I was like, that's not even my bad foot. My bad foot's on this side. I've had a chipped bone in my right foot, from shattering my ankle. Um, in that car wreck. But anyway, so I mean he rubbed it and it feels better, but I still can't like if I were to stretch, you know, that might be my problem right there. I don't stretch. And so, but to like flex, my heel, my foot, my feet, it hurts. Or to actually not to do all that, but just to kind of put pressure on it, it hurts. And I'm like, oh, but not as bad now. So hopefully, whatever it is, hopefully it'll go away because I don't know. I'm like, man, I don't need to be down. Come on now, come on. Oh, supposed to get up and get moving, and I mean, I did today. I did today. Oh, and I got to talk to my brother too. I know I'm just 22 minutes now, right? I got to talk to my brother, me, mom. Well, I mean, she like three-way because Todd had called while we were talking, and um. I don't know. I just wanna say I'm just really proud of my mom right now. I just really am. I mean, just I don't know. She just sounded really good, and I mean, nothing's wrong with her. I'm just saying, like, just from all the crap, I don't know if it just hit me or what, but I just give her props. A lot of mad props that, you know, she's one tough cookie. She's strong, and I don't know how she does it. She's very resilient, and I've always known her to be like that, just to be very headstrong, ambitious, a go-getter, um, but smart, overcome a lot. Yeah, that Todd, I mean, it was the best conversation. Although Lori's jail call sounds like freaking angels, okay, compared to listening to trying to hear Todd. I was like, I had to like turn my phone down and put it down on the pillow, and I was just like way back here, because it is so. I'm like, can you tell them to shut the f up? Shut up. I'm kidding. I know that's not gonna happen, but he has a court date. Forget. I already forgot. It's coming up where he gets to, be transported from central. Uh, he's kind of over by where Donna, towards Mississippi. I forget the name of the town because I don't ever go there. But so they're transporting him to Cameron, Louisiana, which is a parish below me, not a county, but a parish. It's, it's right here. It's like 30 minutes away. And so I'm like, oh, you at least get to look out the window. He was like, yeah, he was excited about that. We talked about uh, Jonah in the Bible. I don't know these stories, so, and I don't want to take what Lori says for sure. One day I'll ask Todd, about Lot and Job, because those are, especially Job, right? She clings to that damn thing. She clings to the Job story. All this time, she should have just went and got her damn job. Yeah. Hey, and hey, Angel, how are you? Corn dog. Love it. He's doing good. I mean, he sounded good. We had a good conversation, although, uh, I can't hear myself think when it's that loud. Nothing against anybody. It's just like I'm like, what? Just like if somebody comes on here and I'm just like, what? It's me. It's not anybody else's problem. It's my problem, and it sucks. So, um, what do y'all think? What do y'all think? I mean, we'll talk about it later. I want to get kind of going on the because I found some things. Oh, I did. I found some things on Timmy and his posse, right? Timmy and his posse. The Book of Ballard, right? We have, like Colby said it yesterday too. I mean, I've said it too. Kathy on Left Undone, she calls it the Book of Chad. It's the Book of Chad. He's right. They're right. We're right. It sounds right. So there's also the book of I say Ballard because there is a book of, Timothy. So I'm not trying to blaspheme anybody more than it's already happened. So I don't know how you go about that. Let's see here. Okay, so y'all, I don't know if it's just me and so let me know if this is happening to you too, and if you're even looking, I don't know. But whenever you keyword search Tim Ballard, everything's coming up now, and I'm like, where the hell's all this stuff been for 5 years? It's like, it's interesting to me because it's like, how they are. You saw Ken Krogh, you heard Ken Krogh, most of you, with the whiteboard meeting and how it's all about search engine optimization. Then you have the keywords and the branding and the rebranding, and that's what the hell they do. This is what they do. I'm telling you, this is what they damn do. Another thing too, real quick. Let's say real quick. Hopefully, it's all gonna help us learn more about Timothy and the Book of Ballard. How to recognize a sociopath, right? Allegedly. And it's from The Art of Deception. Susan sent me this, And so while I was waiting on my computer to boot up, I was like reading, I was like, oh my God. And so I just want to kind of go over this little checklist real quick. I'm not going to about to go over the article, but there's 20 questions, one answer. It says it's a checklist. And so I'm going to read off 20 things as it says in this article. And then we'll apply this where we may see that it goes. Okay. Sociopaths are able to present themselves as being very charming and articulate. Oftentimes, they have the ability to twist another person's words around. This is number 2. They exhibit considerable self-confidence and an extremely strong self-presentation. They are often the center of attention in a group. It's also, by the time I got to the end of this, it also reminded me of Lori a lot. Lots of Lori here, in my opinion. 3, sociopaths can be conspicuously intelligent, but they'll only use their intelligence to achieve a particular, usually self-centered goal. Number 4, such individuals are not sensitive or empathetic in the least, but they can feign empathy as needed. I think Tim, I swear, I mean, I observe a lot. I observe the behavior, I'm not a professional on any level, but I'm just saying, like, he seems to study people, especially in that interview where he walked out with Adam Herbets, because I mean, Adam Herberts didn't even ask him a tough question, and he's like, "Oh, I'm done with this," little hissy fit like a damn 2-year-old, worse than 2-year-old. And so, but he was like trying to size. There's I don't know. There's just a spot in that what interview did get posted, that Adam shared with Fox 13 News. It just seemed like Tim was just like trying to size him up, like, So, anyways, that just kind of gave me that. Okay, it says number 5, they try to control the people in their environment and exert power over them. Oh gosh. I thought Lori and Tim's pictures were right there. The number 6, it says they say what they need to say in the moment, but they often fail to keep promises or meet obligations. Number 7, they find what other people think about them to be totally irrelevant. So everything that we think about them, if they're sociopaths, allegedly, just saying, hypothetically, they don't even care what the hell we say. But I beg to differ because they really don't. They don't like. They don't like being called out. I don't know so much about Lori, but Tim, I feel like he does not like this, at all. Another one like that seems to be Kanye. Well, and Diddy too, in my opinion, if you just kind of read the room with them. Okay. Number 8, they're only interested in meeting their own needs, but do this in such a skillful way that the people who become disadvantaged by their actions only notice after the fact. And this, to me, it really felt a lot like the couples ruse, and they're just like the women are just like, what the hell? What just went on? I think that like these ops, the chaos, just like the church, in my opinion, does with keeping you busy, confused, keeping your hopes up, basically, and I mean, so all that has to factor in. Plus, with thinking with just the thought of like, oh my God, it is a noble cause. It was a noble cause, in my opinion, allegedly, until Tim Ballard stepped in the damn arena. And there are many others just like him. Many others. It's gross. It's gross, y'all. Ugh. I mean, these are the 2 worst things I think you could do is just hide behind God, hide behind, a deity or whatever, and pretend it's the same, religious perspective, deity as other people, like the majority, but yet you're still a minority. And then just to it's all exploitation. Everything about this case and about these people is about exploitation, down to being a member of the family of one of of the victims, not one, but you know what I mean, of the victims. And how, I mean, I've observed like different news outlets, different mainstream, Datelines, the 48 hours, that just, how do they tell the story, down to YouTube creators, TikTok creators, are they doing it for clickbait? Are they, you know what I mean? There's so many ways. Then there's this whole other layer that I'm learning about. I'm so thirsty. And it's like that whole Frank Vandersloot aspect, in my opinion, where it feels like, and this is just me, just this is just me sharing my thoughts. I don't have an opinion about it. I don't know anything. Whatever. I'm just theorizing here. I'm sharing my feelings. But it feels like, with him being from, he's a very wealthy, powerful man, who has a lot of power and influence, especially with media. And whenever, upon learning about, I was just kind of questioning, like, why wouldn't Nate want to interview me? Is it like, am I not worthy enough to share my story? Is my opinion not valued? And I mean, that was a hard thing to take, because it was just like, really, like, just trying to like, okay, I guess I don't get to share this anywhere. There's so much to spew. And then, But then I started to think about, the implications, or how, obviously people, like, if Nate didn't know for himself, then obviously people warned him and said, mm-mm, mm-mm. She talks about the church. She wants to take down the church, that bullshit, which couldn't be further from the damn truth. Anyways, hey, the church didn't find my business card in their temple. I found their card in my house, in my temple. You know what I'm saying? Just saying. But, like, I don't know. It that's the last thing I want to damn do. I just want people, especially those people that are in and around the same exact echo chamber, I want them to acknowledge the fact that nobody's coming after your religion, especially me. Especially me. I love you. I love everybody, and I love those people from Rexburg. I love everybody, human. I don't see religion, race, creed. I don't see all that. And so there's no filters, there's no labels, there's no conditions. And that is something that has, I mean, I've thought about this too, that has to be hard for LDS people in or on their way out or out, like, just to learn that not everything has a condition. You don't have to prove your worth. You can just be, and you that's the best thing, is just being yourself, like, that's the best thing you can give, not only to yourself but to everyone around you, because you're genuine, you're sharing you're not having to fake, you're not having to, have it's not a facade, it's the real you. And I mean, I can't be the real me, you know what I mean? Like, I have to clean it up a little bit, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it, it just is so high pressured, it seems. Lots of pressure, and it just is waiting to explode. And it bothers me. It bothers me, and I don't like to see how people have to choose, obviously, to how it's looked to me. This is not how I'm sure they perceive it, but to me, it looks like people choose a building, they choose building materials, they choose a temple, they choose men, that they don't even, I don't that didn't even impact their community. Like, they didn't even go and talk to them after the kids were murdered, and found, and I'm just like, what? Like, I don't know. But yet Tylee and JJ's deaths, impact their community. I mean, my heart breaks for them, just like for, like, the law enforcement and all the first responders and just everybody who had to handle this case. I feel bad for y'all, like, God dang, this is hard, you know, and you don't do it. I mean, you do it because you want to. You do it because I don't know. I don't know why you do it. Let me know. But I mean, because it's not just for Tylee and JJ, it's for all of them. It's for all the victims that are named and unnamed, all the ones. I know there are victims in Tim's wake, in my opinion, allegedly, and his organization and all the other organizations. I know that. I'm scared. I'm scared to know the reality of it, though. Oh, you best bet your butt that there are, I mean, just lots and lots and lots of victims. Some that don't even live in this country. Most, actually, I would think, because if they were, you know, posing as sex traffickers, or I'm sorry, I got to use my keywords, right? But if they're posing as the good guy, can you imagine the psyche of a child who thinks that somebody's flying in on a damn helicopter? There's all these white men coming in, and, you know, privileged men coming in, and you're like, what? And they just wreck your little village. And I mean, I don't know. This is just me and my head, me and my, imagination. I don't know. I doubt, I hope this isn't how it goes, but just see them helicoptering in like some damn Rambos, and think, or maybe even telling these kids that they are there to save them, and then your guess is as good as mine. I know that projection, it runs deep with these people, and if so, then I remember a video that Tim, a little part in a video that he did. It was like on Instagram Live or something, right whenever the initial lawsuits came out, the civil suits from the women that are now federal. Um, and I remember him saying, "Oh, the next thing they'll be blaming me for is for murder." And I was like, "Oh, well, there you go. You said it, boo." It's kind of like we're not related, brother Ballard or elder Ballard, and we're not related. Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's not. It's not if. It's when. It's and where. Where do we find that? Because anyways. But yeah, back to the Vandersloot. I feel like that he's part. Oh, let me back that up. The billionaire man. It's a billionaire. Let me back that up. I feel like everybody knows more. I feel like everybody knows way more, and that kind of like my family, you know, is exploited in that sense when people know more, kind of like what Melanie and David are doing, you know what I mean? Kind of like that vibe, but way worse because, you may own a station or two, or 50, and you may be a very powerful person in your community. I don't know. I just, I don't know. It's a gut feeling. I've had it for quite a while. I just, I'm not blaming. I'm just speculating. That's a good way to put it, huh? Back to the sociopaths, right? Back to the sociopaths list. Anyways, because actually, no, I just thought about this too because my family's murders brought a lot of money to a lot of people, especially in East Idaho. Nate did a great job. I don't. I will always give him that. I will always respect him in that sense. But I just feel like in my opinion, from my experience, Nate Eden is I don't know. People can change. If they say they're all about victims, and I'm not a victim, I'm just saying I'm a family member of Tylee and JJ in Idaho, of Lori, of Charles here in Arizona or there in Arizona. And when you've, as a reporter, you talk about, I watch all the things, I support, I hit the thumbs up, I shared it out. I mentioned, I don't discredit his work. I just discredit, I don't know if it's his personal, like, I, I don't know. I feel like he basically told me without telling me that my voice didn't matter. And by not asking or even offering, like just, hey, you want to talk? What you want to, it just seemed like if that were me, like, you know what I mean? When you flip when shoes on the other foot, how are you doing? Is there anything that I can do for you? Let me know, and not just ice somebody out. I remember going with, whenever Lori was deemed competent, in April of 2022. And, I went with mom and Larry, and we went out after the court hearing, we went outside. My mom started bawling, and it was the first time I had seen Lori in person, since all this stuff. And, we're a little ponytail, but Nate was sitting down there on the ground, with, or was that in Idaho? Either way, he was sitting on the ground. All the reporters are around, and they're all just trying to get their shot. They're trying to listen. They're trying to get the best sound. And he was on the ground, and I like helped him up. And I mean, that's what you do, right? I mean, I didn't even think twice about it, but it's just like, oh, here, that's what you're supposed to do. But I just don't feel like I've gotten the same kind of treatment. And so that's why I've been negative about some of the ways that things have happened or been handled, or I'm nobody. Like I don't have anything to share. You know what I mean? Like I have no leading edge. I have no nothing. But I mean, don't tell me or don't tell people that victims' voices matter. I don't feel like mine matters as far as East Idaho News.com. I did get 2 shirts. I mean, sat met him and everything. My mom, me and Nate sat in that little interview room, where Julie Rose. And I mean, we sat there and shot the crap, and then I went and met the detectives, and that was fun. They taught me "see you next Tuesday." I was like, "What?" I never heard of that. Ha ha ha. Anyways, but I mean, again, that's just I wanted to go and be where Kylie and JJ were. I wanted to go and see the places where they went. I wanted to walk in their footsteps, to just capture any kind of essence of them alive. And that was just a deep yearning I had, ever since this began. I just wanted, I don't know, it's so strong. So all that just to say, Tim Ballard sucks. Just kidding, kind of. All right, let me pull this up real quick. Okay, this is an older one. Let me see. Um, talk amongst yourselves. Let's see. I'll be back on that side here in just a sec. What is interesting too, like I just saw this slide. Okay, I know it's not shown to y'all, but it says how the church utilized Tim Ballard question mark to proselytize and monetize, employing marketing strategies to attract new members into the billion-dollar organization, multi-billion dollar, probably in the trills now, organization, while masking the exploitation of a seemingly noble cause. It's like so sad. It is so sad and it's sick all at the same time. Let me go back over there so I can see what y'all are doing. Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean, as far like to Jojo. Hey, Ravina. I mean, I know that I can add value to it. I don't I'm not like propping myself up like, oh, I'm not trying to I'm not trying to come off as like anybody owes me anything. Nobody owes me nothing. I don't owe anybody else nothing. You know what I mean? But just don't say one thing and then do another. That I can't stand that. I don't know. I can't stand it. I'm just like, say what you mean what you say. It's so easy. It's so easy. What the hell is going on with all this? I've got to go get my haircut, y'all. It's so frou frou. It's foo foo. Didn't help. It was so foggy this morning too, but um it burned off and it was a beautiful day after that. All right, let me share my screen because I'm going all over the place. All over. Hey. uh Let me just grab this one real quick. I mean, I haven't even looked at it yet, but okay, so here's that. Let me pull this other file up. I thought I Googled it yesterday and it just went right to it, but that's not how it goes today. Dismiss. Where the hell's it at? Diddy, Dawn, incidents. Let's see. President and Russell Ballard. Let me refresh it. Actually, okay. I don't even know why I'm doing this. What the hell, y'all? I need somebody to just be like, hey, you were doing this. You know? Like I need a little birdie on my shoulder. Just be like, hey girl, ADHD, snap out of it, you know? Okay. But okay, so I bought a membership. Jesus Christ. You know, God, I'm so sick of spending subscriptions. Oh, ever since the story broke, you know, with the kids and everything, with the whole case with Lori and Chad. Oh my God. I don't even know how much is gone. I don't even know. I don't know if I want to. Anyways, so this is a Rolling Stone article with pop-up ads because I love them so much. That's why I paste things in my freaking Canva app all the time. But this was October 22nd, 2024, and I must have been sleeping under a damn rock because I'm like, you know, KJ's doing videos, which I'm so glad. But I mean, I literally watched her video, I want to say Thursday, Wednesday, whatever day. It was one of those days, Wednesday, Thursday morning, and I mean, I didn't make it in time for the live, but I watch. And and I'm like, she keeps saying federal, you know, like federal lawsuit. And I was like, I talked to Jason about it. I was like, but I've heard this one before. Like I heard, you know, the same story from one of the victims, you know. And anyways, I still didn't catch it. Just like I didn't catch that Lori had, you know, was going to be her own lawyer by reading Colby's whole freaking thumbnails. It's like him with a grimace face, like, oh my God, my mom want to represent herself, you know, like, oh, read the room, Crush Gay, you know. And then my mom, she messaged me, leave a voicemail or whatever, and she don't really say why she's excited. She just says she's excited. So I'm like putting all these things together, and I'm like, I'm not trying to be, you know. I told mom, I was like, I'm not trying to like get my hopes up here, but you know, I'm just trying to figure out why you're happy, and but it's nothing, you know. Anyway, so yeah, then that's how I found out. I just kind of put it all together. It's about the story of my life. But anyway, so this article is Rolling Stone, and it says tables turned. Anti-trafficking activist Tim Ballard hit with human trafficking allegations in federal lawsuit, which is great in my opinion. I could feel it in my soul, y'all. I went on Twitter X, whatever X, last night, and I I commented on this story on Tim Ballard, hashtag Tim Ballard, hashtag Diddy, hashtag both. And I'm like, how far will you go for freedom, Tim and Diddy? How far will you go for freedom? Because it's an interesting question. You know, Diddy, the way there was no like pickup line, you know, like how far would you go to save kids? Like t- Tim Timoteo here, okay, little Timmy. Look, I'm a wheel boy. Sorry. Anyways, so but Diddy, not that he's a man, okay? I will just say that. He looks like a bat. I'm sorry, but I'm not. Like I don't know. I never did like Diddy, and not even the redo of "I'll Be Missing You." You know, I like the old one. You know, I'm just like, I don't know. Never, I never did clean. I never was a fan. There you go. Nice, easy way to say that. But I mean, Tim would ask the women allegedly, you know, how far will you go to save children? And Diddy would along the line say, you know, how far will you go for fame and fortune and wealth and notoriety? You know, how far will you go to be famous? And I'm just like, how far will you go to get freedom? You know, because that's sound of freedom. What? Bang, knock him over the damn head. He wouldn't hear it straight up because it's all a ruse. And you hear this from Janet Russin, you hear this from Tim Ballard, you hear this from a lot of these actors, these bad actors, in my opinion, from observing over the years. You know, you hear them say that this is all an act, and they are not lying because there's like this law, and it's just a understood law, or maybe it's a law that their Lord, I don't know. I'm just gonna say it's not a positive Lord. We'll just say that. And that you know, you can't really infringe on someone else's, their what Mormons say is agency or someone's will, you know, like you can't make someone do something that if they don't want to, you know, I mean, unless you're overpowering them, then that's force, which is one of the things that factor into uh I'll say ST or HT or actual trafficking. I don't even know what to say. I want to live in a world where I don't have to censor my effing self, okay? I'm so sick of it. It's like, it's so ironic. It's so blah. Anyways, especially when they're the legal words that are used in legal documents. Like, get over yourself, YouTube. Come on now. I don't even care. I don't even care anymore. You don't even like me anyways, YouTube. Damn it. Anyways, but if YouTube would put me back in the algorithm, it would help their pockets, wouldn't it? Just saying. We can all benefit. Anyways, but like, how far would you go, Town, for your freedom, right? How far would you go? You know, he sucks. I'm sure you guys know. Hey, Justice Jane. Thank you. What DNA 39? What is that? Like, I always see different things. I miss like rhombohedral too. That reminded me of Rombo. Rombo would always put like things in the chat. I don't know. It'll say like something quote. I don't know. Something I see from this end. I don't know. Maybe I don't see it from that end. Anywho, back to this because I haven't even gotten started, right? Okay. All right. So the former head of Operation Underground Railroad and inspiration for Sound of Freedom has already sued the plaintiffs for defamation in a previous suit. He's like Kanye. Kanye's like, oh yeah. They're just so miserable, I do believe. Again, October 22nd, 2024. Oh, hell, do I have to sign in again? I don't feel like it. All right. This says Tim Ballard, the anti-trafficking activist whose wildly exaggerated admissions abroad were the basis of the hit 2023 film Sound of Freedom. I've not seen it. I won't see it. I see the reality of their freedom, in my opinion, because again, I feel, and that's my opinion. I'm entitled to have one. My opinion, Tylee and JJ are kind of grandfathered into this, if you will. You know what I mean? They're like a product of this movement, of this. I always said, if there ever was a cult leader, here you go. I mean, you heard it from you heard it from everybody but Elder Ballard. But, you just kind of have to, I kind of feel like, I mean, if he sanctioned the couples ruse, which Chad used on Lori, by the way, obviously it's been around for a long time because it's also in Saturday's Warrior, which is a Mormon, like from the 80s, 90s, like from Lori's generation, Chad's generation growing up. And it was a show that they would watch that was LDS related. And they would talk about this. Okay. I remember finding this in the blogs when I was reading the blogs and stuff to just try and understand all this. And I'm like, oh my God, it came from Saturday's Warrior. And I'm like, what the hell is Saturday's Warrior? And I had to look it all up and everything. It's crazy. But yeah, I think we've been married before in a previous life. And that is where it comes from. Source. Source is right here. And it goes right on up, And in my opinion, it appears to. I'm not going to say allegedly this whole damn time. So I just know that I mean it. So, anyways, it's so odd and it's such a weird, unique to Mormonism for sure, and very unique to this group of people who just, I mean, they went rogue, right? Or they're just wilding out, straight up wilding out. And you're like, what the hell's going on? And I think that Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrand are also a product of right here. Right here. We're looking at them. the book of Ballard. Straight up. And anyways, enough in my opinion. Is facing a new legal action from 6 women who last year sued him for sexual exploitation, leading Ballard to sue them for defamation earlier this month. The latest complaint is the first federal suit targeting Ballard. And I could feel it because I was watching Diddy go down and I heard, like, I'm just kind of, when I back out the scope and I look at the bigger picture, and I'm just like, so are they investigating like Elon and And, all the people, like, I'm just saying Elon because that's the only person I can think of right this moment, but like Paul Hutchinson, there's like Coco Berthman, she's all into this too. Like I said, there's different layers of this. There's like some that are probably, I want to say that they're all victims of SA from their childhood because it's generational, in my opinion, and from, doing research a hell of a long time. That's what this is. It's generational. And if you know the roots of this, which go back to, and I don't know enough to really talk about it without having aids, to like help me along the way. I need something to aid me along. But it goes back to NAZI. I'll just say that. And Nazis. Okay. Just old Hitler, and he sucks. So it all goes back to that. And you know how in the I call it the blood oath, but that's not what it is. Um Anyways, there's an oath that they took, or that people take when they go to temple, and they say that it's going to, I forget the verbiage, but you'll, those of you who know will know what I'm talking about. But it's supposed to go to your third and fourth generation, your posterity, something along those lines. And here we are in the third or fourth generation, and if you think about that, and then what I just told you about Nazism, like that whole movement, right? Good God. I gotta go learn more about that just so I can speak more about it, because I know that's exactly what it goes to. I'm just like, definitely. Definitely. All right, back to this. The latest complaint is the first federal lawsuit targeting Ballard. It comes from accusers Celeste Borys, whoop whoop, Mary Hall, Sasha Hightower, Krista Kacey, Kira Lynch, and Bree Righter. The filing names Ballard associates Matthew Cooper and Michael Porenta. First time I'm hearing that name was whenever I saw Cara Burrell and Ryan Fisher, right? I was like, who the hell is that? There's a whole nother person I got to learn. Anyways, as well as Ballard's former organization, Operation Underground Railroad. OUR, as defendants. OUR forced out the founder and CEO shortly before Sound of Freedom amplified his celebrity due to internal complaints of sexual misconduct. I'm supposed to use keywords and I keep forgetting. A lawyer for Ballard denies the allegations. I wonder if he says they're baseless. I just want to know, because that just seems to be the go-to, especially for people in the past in the hierarchy who've been accused and or of SA and all these bad things, they're just like, it's baseless. And I'm just like, why? Because you said it was. How do you know? Anyways, and they call us conspiracy theorists. But anyways, okay, so Ballard denies the allegations. An OUR spokesperson tells Rolling Stone the suit contains, quote, recycled claims. I can't even quote right. An OUR spokesperson tells Rolling Stone the suit contains recycled claims and that the organization is confident they will be dismissed. I like how they put this in here. It's like they put this, like the journalists, it's like they tend to put these things in there. I've been watching it go down with Diddy, and then they're just like, oh yeah, because they have to write it factual, supposed to. And then it's just like, oh, but then you kind of see it coming together, because they know things that we don't, to a degree, quite a bit, but it's the code of ethics. Anyways, I don't know about that either, but just saying, I'm not an expert. Porenta did not immediately respond to a request for comment, while Cooper could not be reached for comment. Shocking. This time, the plaintiffs have taken the fight to the U.S. District of Utah in order to seek relief under the trafficking. This is exactly what they used in New York, California, Florida. They use this exact federal act right here. That after I drink, and then they lit it up. Okay. All right. So, uh, This time, the plaintiffs have taken the fight to the U.S. District of Utah in order to seek relief under the Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act of 2003, a federal statute that allows victims of trafficking offenses to bring civil litigation seeking, quote, actual damages, punitive damages, reasonable attorney's fees, and other litigation costs reasonably incurred, unquote. Oh my God, give me a medal because I just made it through that one quote. Okay. While at least one of the women, thank God for that act right there, for real. It is lighten them up. While at least one of the women, Borys, has described Ballard as a, quote, trafficker. That's why I wrote what I did on my thumbnail. Okay. I quoted it right there. In public statements, the new suit marks an escalation of that allegation. So this is escalating here. It's not the same verbiage that was used or claims that were used in the civil. We've read them, Okay. Well, at least one. Okay. She said the new suit marks an escalation of that allegation. Quote, the anti-traffickers are the traffickers. I mean, that's pretty in all caps. Just saying. It's quoted. Reads the heading of the document's, quote, calls of action section. The women once again lay out a narrative of being recruited by Ballard and OUR to take part in rescue missions of trafficked individuals. Okay. Only to then be, quote, groomed to become physically intimate with the married Ballard as part of what he called, quote unquote, couples ruse, intended to fool traffickers into believing they were romantically involved. And so it just, to me, it's a big slap in the face every time I see this couples ruse or whatever, because here we go. Lori and Chad continued straight up, because how many times was this written in an article? It just wasn't called the couples ruse. It was just, they have a belief that they were married before in a pre-existence. So what is it? Which is it? Is it a belief or is it a tactic? Is it, hey, I'm going to get in your pants, It's stupid, okay? It's stupid. Tell your friends, tell your bishops, tell your elders. This just sucks. That's dumb. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Anyways, sorry. Kinda. I'm not really sorry because that's some bullshit right there. That really is so stupid that I'm just like, why are we reading this right now? It's like reading the James and Elena story, kind of. Not really. Anyways, they claim they were coerced into, quote, performing sex, labor, and services for Ballard's personal benefit and the benefit of OUR, which, I mean, think about it. Yeah. Anyways, we'll go into that. And sometimes endured violent SA or had S with Ballard while Cooper was present, always with the assurance that it was, quote, necessary to rescue children, unquote. That's disgusting. Shame on all y'all. Ugh. The plaintiffs further claimed that Ballard and his associates laundered money. Boy, it sure does look like it, huh? Rescue. Oh, whiteboard meeting, That is the whiteboard prophecy of this entire story. If anybody can just do, I mean, if you're interested in this, if you want to know a little more background on this, you can Google, what is the whiteboard prophecy? And all kinds of stuff will come up. You'll have Glenn Beck saying the Constitution's hanging by a thread. Mitt Romney has said it. President Trump said it just a couple weeks ago in Prescott, Arizona. While he was at a fireside with, on a phone call with Mike Lee, Utah Senator. I'm sorry, my bad. All these damn words and these titles, and oh my God, they jacked me up. The United States Senator, whatever, Senator Mike Lee. Okay. Then you had Glenn Beck was there, Tim Ballard. I mean, they weren't really there. It was like a conference call, but they did it at Latter Day Media, aka Preparing a People, aired it. Okay, they like hosted it. They were like, obviously, they're back in the good graces. It's what it appears to me. It appears that Preparing a People, aka Mike and Nancy James, aka that ends up being labeled a cult in Chad and Lori's story, and it's not at all what it is. Okay, that's not the cult within a cult. That's not it. And again, it pisses me off because it's not given the right narrative. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not it. That's, we can't just keep running with it. You got to correct yourself. You have to, like, or don't report on the shit. You know what I mean? Or, I don't know. I don't like the narrative because it's not right. I don't like the narrative, period. You, you get me, right? But it's not accurate. It's not at all what it is. It goes beyond that. It goes beyond those people. It goes beyond those organizations. It goes higher, all the way up, allegedly, to the damn hierarchy. And not just M. Russell Ballard, who passed away November 12th, 2023, and I cried because I was like, oh, there was my Alex. You know what I mean? Like that, when Alex died, and we were just like, oh man, so much information. That's how I felt about M. Russell Ballard. I mean, it hit me, and I was just like, "Wow, the hell am I?" I'm not sad. It's like, oh my god, I came this far, and I still didn't have it all the way, and I still don't. I don't know the whole picture, and I probably would be pissed off if I found out the whole picture. That's between them and their God, But I mean, just going that far, following my hunch, following my gut, just from the beginning of this, and just not I never would force it, but I would just be like, "Well, but this was said," and I still do that. I still am like, "Well," I still take the words that were said when they weren't trying to speak to me or anyone else really outside of their circle that, they were trying to convince of anything, lie basically. So I listened to the recordings, all the things that have been said on record, even Tim, even I mean, Lord knows my listening experience has expanded, and I'm so glad. And I don't want to say glad, but at least Diddy is into pop culture. I'm just like, oh right, now I could not be a nerd because I've been a nerd for 5 years because I've just been exmo or not exmo. I've been never mo nerd. Okay, just a never mo nerd. And it's different because it's like stepping into a whole new world, culture shock. And so, but I mean, I love like listening to Radio Free Mormon and Bill Reel and John DeLynn and others. I've others, there's many others. Megan, um, there's Mormon True Crime. I can't name them all because I suck at that, but you know who you are. The other day we had on here, oh, here I go. Something Proton. Emerging Proton. See, I got it. It just takes me a little time. And I mean, she's so knowledgeable. I've watched her for years now. And I mean, she's a small channel but I mean, she keeps up with it too. And so it was an honor to have her in here. I'm like, wow. We've had latter day, wait, what is it? The headlines, I forget. Anyways, sorry. Love you guys. Keep up the good work, It takes a village. It takes more than a village. But anyways, back to this. They claimed they were coerced. I already said all that, right? Okay, the couple's ruse. Let's go back to that. I'll go back to the top, I guess. The women once again lay out a narrative of being recruited by Ballard and OUR to take part in rescue missions of trafficked individuals, only to be groomed to become physically intimate with the married Ballard as part of what he called a, quote, couple's ruse, unquote, intended to fool traffickers. I can't roll my freaking eyes. My eyes are rolled so hard right now. They're on Paul's sofa. Okay. Top that. Okay. Reporting live from his sofa. That's where my eyeballs are. If anybody wants to know where they are. Anyways, he's funny. Okay. So I can't stop goofing off enough, but I'm not goofing off. It's so gross. It's so hideous. It's so dumb. They claim they were coerced into performing intended to fool traffickers into believing they were romantically involved. They claim they were coerced into performing labor and services for Ballard's personal benefit and the benefit of OUR. I already read all this. And sometimes endured violent SA or had with Ballard while Cooper was present, which is nasty. You just nasty. Anyway, so always with the assurance it was that it was necessary to rescue children. That's in quotes. The plaintiffs further claimed that Ballard and his associates laundered that money. Well, laundered money in order to hire S workers while on missions abroad, and that OUR actively participated in the solicitation. So that's, how can you say your hands are clean, OUR? I'm just asking. You're supposed to be a 501c3. And I mean, your founder there is Mr. Ballard, whether you canned him or not. I mean, you gave him a severance pay. Let's be real. You didn't just like shit can him and speak out against him. You didn't like, it was nothing like that. It's all technicalities and it's all like uh, this way of doing business, but it's not, to me, it's just really insensitive and it's fucking gross, if I'm being honest. And I'm just trying to be honest. I'd want you to tell me your thoughts and be honest. So, anyways, so I mean, and I mean, so your founder founded your organization, OUR, okay? But you're saying it wasn't, in my opinion, where's the proof? Okay? Where is the track record? The only thing I've seen are your bank balances. Holy shit. Your merch, boy, y'all are banging in that. You are banging in the merch department. I need to take some lessons. In fact, I'll go watch Ken Krog again on the 2016 whiteboard meeting, precursor to the 2019. Oh, yeah, and I just have to make those public, but I did set them to go into members only. I broke them up into 30-minute increments because it's 2 hours and 13 minutes long, and I just figured they'd be a little easier to digest that way. I started making some shorts too. Uh, I don't know how else to go about it. I didn't really catch a lot of views, and I get it. I'm kind of tanking these days, but okay, the plaintiff. Okay, I already said that. Okay, so they're basically saying that OUR and that's quotes, quote, OUR actively participated in the solicitation, recruitment, and exploitation of female operatives. Okay. Ballard also justified extramarital coitus, the suit alleges, by saying that a psychic medium, enter Janet. Enter Janet Russin. That's just one. Y'all remember there was another so-called psychic named, and her name was Lori. Never got a last name though. Would love to know who Lori is. Not Lori Daybell, but I hope not. They're all screwed. Anyways, okay. Ballard also justified extramarital coitus, the suit alleges, by saying that a psychic medium he regularly consulted told him he was a quote prophet. If there ever was a cult leader, here it is. And did not have to follow rules. Well, isn't that special? And in parentheses, it says, though he was once a prominent member, the Church of Latter-day, I'm going to say it right. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. If you don't say it proper, then that's a victory for Satan. It counts really big time in stories such as this, in my opinion, because I'm not dropping off. I know people are like, but it's the legal freaking name of the church. And that's how they want to be called. They have a big old, freaking they pitch a fit if you call them Mormon, okay? Like it's a slang word now or something. I'm like, I'm what's the narcissist doing today? What are the rules today? What are the conditions in which we can, conduct ourselves under, not my belief system, but you know what I mean? I'm trying to be respectful, but it's just like, come on now, cut the bullshit. It's some bullshit, you know? So it's the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Actually, it's like the president, whatever, whatever, whatever. It's like 900 characters long. So you can't hashtag and you can't say nothing. You just fit the damn name of the church. Kind of like Operation Underground Railroad. Anyways, okay, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints formally denounced Ballard last year. Yeah, just right in time, huh? And his accusers believe he has been excommunicated, and I don't give a shit, whatever. Again, that's like not my politics. I don't do politics, but whatever. I mean, let's be real here. Chad Daybell was still serving a calling. Okay. Like they were like, hey, Chad, You want to serve a calling in the church and sit in the bishop, sit in the same office space as the bishop, and you answer to him basically. It's a free job, or you do it for free. But I mean, think about Heather Daybell saying all the times that Chad Daybell was up at that damn church, which was 2.6 miles away. Okay, which is where, I mean, some of the phones, especially Alex's, pinged quite a bit, lots of pings, ping, ping, ping. Would love to go in there with some damn, with a black light and some luminol and an old priest and a young, and actually keep them out. We'll just bring some fucking sage, okay? I'm just saying, yeah, that's where I'm at. Yeah. I mean, there was a rumor, and I mean, I'm just repeating what I heard. I cannot substantiate it. Would love to, kind of, but really would, it would just make it real, you know. But there were allegations or rumors, speculations, whatever you want to call it. Don't, do your own research. I still got to too. I still have to too. And if anybody knows anything more, please step up. Please. You know, I I would have, like, I'd be cutting backflips if any of the people in and around Lori and Chad's circle would have been forthcoming and just been like, "Oh my god, they are freaking nuts." And, like, you just kind of got caught up into a bad situation, but they still act like that, although they all participated and wish harm on my family members that eventually died, and Tammy, and Joe. So, uh-uh, uh-uh, not today, Satan's, not today, core whores. Okay, you don't get to do that. All right, I gotta find the spot. All right, so yeah, but Chad wasn't excommunicated until like right, actually, because I had to, like, I thought it was like right during his preliminary hearing, but I was wrong because there was some paperwork that came in. Like, if you read the actual, like, I have printed it out, and if you actually read it, it's like it's like July mid. I'm just gonna say July 15th ish or something of 2019. I'm sorry, of 2020. So it was after all the red rums. It was after all, cashing in the fraud on on Tammy Daybell's life insurance policy. Did he tithe 10%? I mean, I'm just asking. I'm curious. That would be interesting to know because, you know, it seems like an MLM, if you kind of look at it on a grander scale, like, if I'm saying like a lot, I'm sorry, but okay, let's say the life insurance, beneficial life insurance is owned by the church, right? And so if beneficial life insurance is ultimately I guess, I don't know, insurance. I mean, I used to work in insurance a little bit, but I guess the policy holder, I don't know, the initial signer, I don't know the language. Correct me. Um, but I mean, if you're the principal holder of that, and then people sell under you, there's insurance agents and people like that that sell different policies to different people. My uncle Charles was in this business, and so, is if that's the key, like, principal, whatever, insurance entity, I don't know what to call it. And let's say, you pay, I don't know how that works, but it just seems like that cash would flow down, maybe it flows up, that could be happening too. And like, whenever an insurance payout goes out to, like, Chad, and Tam, like, that was for her life, the value of her life. You know what I mean? Like, the life insurance policy. Then what happens? Does it go back to beneficial life insurance? That's where I'm just like, what? I know it's probably more than I needed to think about, but that's the things I think about. So it's like, okay, how does the church benefit from these deaths? Because Chad was so happy with just he was so okay with it that he got remarried like within 5 days to Lori. And I mean, it turns out, after exhuming Tammy's body, she was red rummed, and secretive, covert, like nobody would have known, like she was in the ground and insurance monies were paid out. He was living his best life. Okay. So, anyways, I just want to know. Like, I'm curious. I don't have to know or anything, but I'm curious to know if this is kind of like how it works. And I mean, maybe it works like this with everything. I don't know. It just kind of seems gross, or more gross, I guess, if the people that are paying out. Anyways, another day. But the other thing was about to tell y'all was the rumor speculation was that Ian and Chad had allegedly sacrificed I don't know if it was a cat, a bat, I don't remember. It's been a long time. But sacrificed a small animal, at said church. Allegedly. Rumor, speculation. Take it for what you will. I don't know. I mean, Ian also worked for, he worked for Vandersloot, for Melaleuca. They make bombs too. Interesting, right? Anyways. Sorry, y'all. I'm having a really hard time with my concentration tonight. All right. Didn't help that my computer's like right here in my face. Okay. But okay. Ballard also justified extramarital sex, the suit alleges, by saying that a psychic medium he regularly consulted told him that he was a prophet and did not have to follow rules. Though he was once a prominent member of the Church of Latter-day Saints, Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints, formally denounced Ballard last year, and his accusers believe he has been excommunicated in part due to messages to female OUR operatives that became public. Ballard's lawyer, Mark Eisenhut, recently declined to clarify his status within the church. Whose? Mark's or Tim's? Just kidding. Yeah, this can be taken either way. Ballard has continued to deny allegations of misconduct, harassment, and other inappropriate behavior in the decade he spent leading OUR. 2 suits against him have been dismissed this year. Technicalities. Including one from Righter. Remember Bree Righter? Who had alleged that she had suffered a serious injury during a training exercise due to the negligence of Ballard and OUR. Remember, she was a Marine. She served our country. You know what I mean? She looks like a tough woman too. But that tough exterior, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, this is so deceptive and like so, I guess, the way I'm saying is dumb. And I mean, I'm not even, and I'm never throwing shade on any of those survivors. Okay. No, I'm 144,000% in your court, but I have to make fun of these people because they suck. And that's just how I deal with it. I'm sorry. I'm not ever trying to offend anybody, but y'all are some tough women and I look up to you. So I look up to you. I'm not good with the words, but I really do. You women are strong and you're standing up for what's right and for what you believe in. What they're doing to other people, not just yourself. I know you're standing up for other people and not just the women. There's a husband in this too. I mean, there's a lot of people hurt from all this stuff that these people allegedly are doing. We'll just say allegedly. And it's so gross, and it's just like, for what? To not not rescue children? Because it's not going on, and then to become famous for it, even more famous, and to, get your ego stroked even more so you could become a raging freaking psychopath, in my opinion, allegedly. I don't know. It's just like, this is how they're born. This is how they're born. And if we don't stop, it's not going to be good, Anyways, reach for comment on the federal suit. Eisenhut tells Rolling Stone that Ballard's accusers, quote, are engaging in desperate forum shopping with the same allegations. Which one judge after another has called inconsistent and unsupported by facts. That was just one thing, and they dismissed whatever over it. I don't know the details, but that's some bullshit. That's like turning and spinning like y'all do. This is spin doctors. At least lawyers get paid to do it. Tim does it for free, but it costs. Trust me. All right. So it also says, what the hell is that? Are engaging in desperate forum shopping with the same allegations. Forum shopping, that's stupid. Which one judge after another has called inconsistent and unsupported by facts. And so we're still in the quote here, I guess. Yep. 2 suits against Tim Ballard have already been dismissed, and a third is headlined by a woman convicted of pimping minor children. There's Kelly Suarez. Because she got that conviction because she got caught up with Tim Ballard because she was just trying to help him translate because they were translating, meeting with other people. I'm not, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not here to sit there and split hairs. What Tim and them are doing, and we all see it. And if not, please tell all those who need to see it, because this is not about a right or wrong. This is not about a political. This is about Tylee and JJ. I mean, here. This is about Tylee and JJ. They were moved against their will. They were forced, coerced, whatever. They had, their mom and their new creepy stepdad benefited off of their checks that they were receiving. Oh, bleeding the beast, welfare. Well, you know what I mean? Like SSI and SS, whatever. It's so gross. That's trafficking, not freaking 10 9-year-olds, beating on a drum or anything. And it's, again, whatever. He can't even convey that right. And I'd have bought into it had I not had this experience. I would have bought into the whole, oh yeah, that's sound of freedom, And I mean, I'm not picking on anybody either, but it to me, from my angle, it's just, I don't want to watch the movie because it's fake. They're fake. I can't support anyone who would even with these allegations. Let's say they're just, we can't prove them, right? But I mean, again, we say that this, well, until now, I got to think about this again. I'm not an attorney or anything, but when someone is charged with a crime, like Lori and Judd, and we're supposed to treat them right, they have the right. They have all the rights. In fact, Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe have no rights. They don't have the right to live. I mean, that's basic human right, right? Right? I mean, that's not asking too much, right? But it is, okay? But all these people, and I mean, they're children. They were children. 16. Tylee was 16, almost 17. And JJ was 7. So, anyways, it's disgusting and depraved. And it just goes to show you how far the rot goes in this. It's not just Chad and Lori. I don't know. I'm not saying that they believe the same things down to the, in the Book of Mormon, but they use the same tactics. They exploit the same scriptures. They exploit the Constitution. They exploit the, what's those other things? Your rights, crap. My mind went blank. They exploit and misconstrue a lot of things and that's how they do this in plain sight. Okay. They do it right in front of our faces. We don't hear whenever Glenn Beck is saying, oh, the Constitution's hanging by a thread, that they're wanting to take over and overthrow the government. No, the way I see it. And I mean, please throw in, because I would love to know, I mean, I don't want to be wrong in this. I don't want to be right in this either, because it's really bad. They're accelerationists. They are trying to usher in, they're trying to speed up the end time events. Yes, it's like a death cult. Yes, they're all into this necromancy. They're all into gathering. Okay, they're all about gathering, and that call out is that's what the call out is. The call out is Julie Rowe being like, "Kaka, hey." Okay, she's like, "Hey," in not so many words, in my opinion. Just hear me out. But she's like, the nails are painted, hopefully not white. I'm just saying, if you've been following the Diddy case, then you know what the hell that means. Ugh. But you know how she says the grass is green, blah 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 blah. That's what this is. It's not Mormon really. I mean, you can, but it's not. It is. It works in this Mormon. It works in this Mormon space because it became like a myth, in my opinion, because curious people ask questions. You know, they're like, "What the hell's a call out?" How I want to call out. So then I think that's where this whole myth is created, and so it turned into there's going to be 18 wheelers, you know, that are going to come pick up all the faithful saints who, you know, have their food storage. It's just another way to shame you and to trick you into staying long and not prying anymore because it's supposed to come from the prophet, and it does. Allegedly, in my opinion, it wholeheartedly comes from the damn prophet. Maybe not him himself. I'm just, but up there. Okay. There's 2 or 3 general authorities who have invested in the for-profit side, slave stealers, which is one of the companies that's laundering, that's allegedly laundering. So Emerald Ballard died, but you know, the other ones didn't. And one of them is allegedly the one emeritus. He's on emeritus status, and his last name is Gay. I got to tell Justin with LDS abuse with about that. And you think about Heather Gay. She was a Salt Lake, wait, what do they call that? Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. I do like her idea about the more bad, you know, brand line, but I think the church was even like taking her to court because of the name. You know, they want more good and they want more bad, and they don't want you to have anything to do with their name. I don't even hashtag it anymore because I feel like it just throws shade. They're like, oh, there's that girl, shadow ban. Or let's advertise some LDS like dreams and visions, or like coaches like they've done. These life coaches like Zalema, like Ruby, like Jody. Well, yeah, Jody. All these, and they'll advertise that shit on my channel. And so I'm so sorry for all those who watch those ads and put up with that crap. I'm so sorry. I wish I had control over that. But anyways, so that's what this is. This is like a call out, and they meet and they gather at a lot. I don't know. Y'all think about this. Like from Chad and Lori's trial, or actually Chad's really, because you had the realtor there, you had David there, you had like 15 freaking grown-ups there, and never one. We didn't get a straight answer. Okay. And why? Because it's all just a ruse. It's all an act. It's all in plain sight, and it's right in front of our faces. And you can like somebody, but you can't hold on to, and you can't like put that above the reality of everything. Like you remember, and I hope there's no little kids around, uh, earmuffs, but I mean, like with Santa Claus, Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy. This is what it reminds me of. Knowing, you know, being raised with all these beliefs that Santa Claus comes and he delivers toys and he just visits. It's magical, right? It's so magical, and that's an interesting word. It's magical, and so, you know, with the rest of the world doing the same thing, you know, the rest of society, you want to fit in. You don't want your kids to be left out. You don't, you know what I mean? You want to see that sparkle in their eye. You want to be woke up, you know, awake. You want to be woke up at like 4 o'clock in the morning, just right when you were getting to bed because you've been putting shit up all night and doing really crazy things that you'll have to clean up anyways in like 2 hours, you know, because you know your kids come running in there and they're like, "Mom, Dad," you know, and they're just like all the magic. It's so magical, and it's so like, oh, you know, until you learn different, you know, you learn um, that Santa Claus has been jacking all the glory uh, your whole life, and that it's really your mom and dad, or you know, those who care for you, doing all this, you know, and buying extra, you know, that way you can have these from the parents and these from Santa, you know what I mean? And so it's like this commercialized glorification. That's, I don't know. Maybe this is why I never clung to like holidays after that, you know, like when I was like 10 or 11. then I started to be able to help, and play that part with my parents or my mom, for my brother. That was cool, to be a part of that and still witness it through your younger siblings' eyes, but I got to a point where I was just like, wow, that's got to be what it's. And I'm not comparing God, the belief in God, or you know what I'm saying. Um, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's like the same dupe. Like, here, trust me, believe. I'm telling you, believe in God. Why? Because I'm telling you, I'm your mother. I said so. Like things like that. Like, well, I mean, you told me that about Santa, and you told me that about the Easter Bunny, and you told me that about Tooth Fairy, and none of that was true. So now you want me to believe in God? And I mean, I do believe in God, but not because it was forced down my throat, not because I was just told to. It's just that's just between me and source, whatever source is, Sky Daddy. I don't know what source looks like. I just, I don't know, resonates. I don't know, spiritual. And so I'm never trying to poo-poo on anybody's idea. I get it, but it's so hard to talk candid about these things and like get over the bound. Like, I mean, I stutter step enough as it is. Like, I don't need any more hurdles to have to cross. And like, I don't want to hurt anybody, but I also don't, I didn't want, and I never wanted Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, or Joe to hurt. I especially didn't want Tylee and JJ to hurt. I especially I would do anything. I would do anything, Tim, you know, to save a child. I would. I would. I hope that what I do here, I know it's been crazy, I feel like I don't have it together, but I'm doing the best I can with what I have to work with. And there's not, they're not exactly, high vibrational um, entities, energies here we're dealing with. They're very low vibrational. They're very dull. They're very dumb. They're very, uh, they copy everything. What did Ken say the other day in the 2016 whiteboard meeting? He called it creative. Plagiarism, creative plagiarism. And I was like, well, Gordon Bowen, David Hamblin. I mean, you just go through the whole gamut, okay? And you're just like, yep, 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 ripped off Chad. Yep. Mm-hmm. They just ripped it off of somebody else. So many people have said that this has been the Chad and all these people of the like, they're like, oh my God, they're such they're counterfeit, like they can't even come up with their own idea. And so that's why we say it's Joseph Smith 2.0, that's why we say, or like Ryan Fisher says, the reincarnation of Tim Ballard. It's just like there's no original thought. Okay. They take something that already exists, that's somebody else's. I mean, Gordon Bowen allegedly did it with there's a portal concept. Okay. I learned this from following investigations and ritual abuse by Goel. It was actually called Portal. I shit you not. I need to look back into that, knowing what I know now. And the people who like invented the quote unquote portal, they were from Texas. I remember that, and I remember like they fought. They were like, you're not stealing our idea. And I think that he tried to. I have to double check myself, but I think that whenever Gordon Bowen and Mitt Romney were working on the 2002 Winter Olympics campaign or whatever it's called, and it's going back to Salt Lake City, so get ready for that shit. Get ready for another mass um, sacrifice, basically. Another, one of these things that they're doing. Not just Mormons, just look around. Beyonce, Taylor Swift, just football. Things that we like have been entertained by that I don't know. This is so many layers because after you come out of Mormonism or, the Christian church, evangelical, when you're coming out, when you're, I guess, I don't really know this part, but whenever you are distancing yourself, I guess you could say, and learning that the world you've been living in has been nothing but a lie. It's been your whole identity. I used to be able to say that I didn't know what that was at all. And I have so much empathy, love, concern, compassion, just so much space in my heart for all who have just battling your own cognitive dissonance, battling just the makeup of it all, how the family is so interconnected, and how there's a lot of whatever, you know what I mean, like oh my gosh, Oshkosh, right? Ostras, I won't say it right, so people cutting you out, all right, and just basically like, why can't you leave the church alone, but then it's like, I've never been a Mormon. Okay. And I'm learning this about the world I live in now. Like my governmental people, like, and not just mine, worldwide, you know, this is worldwide. They're equal opportunity exploiter, equal opportunity exploiter. That's a good phrase. I do say. Probably not. But you know what I mean? It's just, I think a lot of these things are set up for us to divide us, to distract us, to chaos, to confuse us, to keep us so busy, and like we got to pay taxes, bills, lights, rent. Kids have, band field trips and da, 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 da. I mean, they nickel and dime the hell out of us. Okay, first off. And I'm just like, what am I gonna have to do next? Like, why don't I just teach them? But there's so many regulations and stipulations and da 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 da. I'm just like, I don't know what to do. I really don't. I haven't sat there long enough to even research it, but I'm so thirsty. But so there's all these things going on, and then it just is so not what we've been told, not what I've been told, not what I learned in school, not at all. I'm just like, wait, what? Okay, so, and even events, nationwide events, and I'm just like, that makes sense, and it really does. It makes sense because these are the same people that Chad and Lori and Tim and them. This is their end game. These are the people they hang with. Let me hurry up so I can show you this other thing because you're gonna poop. You're gonna poop. Okay, 2 suits against Tim Ballard have already been dismissed, and the third already said all that. This new suit is unlikely to be any more successful, unquote. The third suit Eisenhut references is one brought by Keely Johanna Suarez Moya, a Colombian woman who claims she was wrongly arrested and imprisoned for sex trafficking when Ballard ran a sting of operations in her country in 2014, then portrayed her as one of the villains in Sound of Music. Exploit much? Suarez maintains she had, and she's already spent time in prison, mind you, okay? Suarez maintains she had attended a fake S party. Oh, sounds like, I'm not saying they're fake, but like Diddy's freak offs, the freak off. I don't know. Me and Jason joke around with that because it's stupid. Just they're stupid. Suarez maintains she had attended a fake S party set up by Ballard with the expectation of earning money for S work. She was young, underage, by the way, and brought no one else with her. Sounds like some, the guy that, how do you talk about this? Jeffrey with the Island. I think some of them have been saying Jeffrey with the Island. Sounds a lot like that. And that's off the island. I mean, there was a lot of Florida, and I was looking the other day to see how close Tony Robbins lived to old Diddy in Florida, Miami, Interesting. So with the expectation of earning money for S work and brought no one else with her, but was arrested along with the 18-year-old male who had suggested she come. Okay. Word of mouth, right? The Spear Fund. The Spear Fund and Anti-Trafficking alleged, I'm gonna say alleged anti-trafficking organization, and they dabble in adoption grants too, right? They're no longer taking. They say they're no longer taking applications right now because they're so busy working on the full list of applicants before them, and so it's written in red and it don't look like it goes there. But anyway, so that's the latest I saw on the Spear Fund website. Remember how Alex said the tip of the spear? Lori also said the tip of the spear. These are just some really fun keywords just to think about. Mike Stroud, he's big on the spear. Okay. What the hell? Just popped up. I don't need help with my ADHD, right? Okay, the Spear Fund, an alleged anti-trafficking organization Ballard allegedly worked with. No, he worked there. He co-founded, whatever. He's right there. He's in there like swimwear with Ken Crow and Todd Tuller, and I forget the other guy's name. Okay. Ballard worked with after leaving. Okay, so let me start over. An anti-trafficking organization Ballard worked with after leaving OUR has in the past issued statements calling the allegations against him, quote, false. Well, that's a one-liner. Not even one, that's a one-worder, but they have since removed. Well, that's crazy. Why don't dirty delete? That's just another tacky thing that you people do. Stop dirty deleting. You either stand by the hell what you say or you get the hell out the kitchen. Okay. That's how we work. Or, okay. That's how we do it in the real world. You may have all the damn money, but we have all the damn sense. Just kidding. All right. But they have since removed information on their website that described him as a senior advisor to the group. They meaning quote unquote Ken, allegedly, they did not immediately respond to a request for comment on the federal suit or whether Ballard remains part of the team. Oh, well, I mean, they answer right away and get in contact with, allegedly, in my opinion, the way it looks, with, those other Mormon channels that, support what Tim and them do. The Last Dispensation. I hope, Troy, if you ever watch this, please run the opposite direction. Just that's it. It's not I'm not right. You're not wrong. It's nothing like that. It's nothing political. Nobody wants his money. Nobody wants to stop him from, nobody is diddling kids. Okay. That dude is using you, in my opinion. Run, please, please. That's from my heart. Like, I don't know. Just, it's like, stay clear of that whole situation, all of them. And you'll do yourself a great service, and then tell others, so you can warn your neighbors, your community about these exploiters, about these alleged exploiters, about these people who are wolves in sheep clothing. And I mean, as soon as they're done with you, just like Lori, just like Chad, toss you in the trash. They never look back. They never look back. And I feel like that's what's going to happen. I felt like that's what's going to happen. I've been like watching like this, but then I see how, and I mean, just with Troy, how he's being used by them. And I'm just like, ugh. And there's always going to be someone else, that falls for it. That just, you can see in the comments all the live long day with Ballard. Anyways, they did not immediately respond. It's crazy because they reach out to a little bitty, not a little bitty, a smaller YouTube channel is what I'm saying. It's not top priority, federal. Whoa. Ballard himself does not list the Spear Fund. Why not? Be proud of that shit, right? On social media page of links to his various projects, but encourages followers to donate to an anti-trafficking, a real one, please, initiative called Aerial Recovery. Grifters are going to grift. My friends, grifters are going to grift, and yeah, and traffickers are going to traffic, exploiters are going to exploit, users are going to use, liars are going to lie, murderers are going to murder, Again, I think their whole end game is just to suck the soul out of somebody, everybody, as many as they can. Slave stealers, you know? Anyways, Aerial Recovery is a company that, and I mean, I've looked into it a little bit, and I say I actually looked at the LinkedIn, so I didn't go far. I might have to break and go and get something to drink real quick so I can finish this out. But no, this is who Ballard was promoting before. I mean, so after all the lawsuits came for sure, and then before this federal crap, okay, and it's not going to get better. Tim was maybe had people in powerful positions, in my opinion, the way it looks, from an observer's point of view. It just seems like you sometimes have people in high places that maybe they're involved a little bit, and they just need a little time to sever ties that bind, right? The ties that bind. Uh, and so, or I mean, it's kind of opportunistic too, because the Sound of Freedom wasn't able to go out through Angel Studios, Angel Vid, because of whatever reasons. I don't remember, but the Sound of Freedom couldn't like uh, premiere, make it to a very successful propaganda blockbuster that lined all their pockets. Still do, and spread the wrong information. Totally wrong. They get you on emotionalism. They prey, PREY. They prey on your emotions. They prey on your empathy. They prey on your just you being a human. They don't know what that is. They don't know what that is. They try to mock it. They do it to their own need, to their own gain. It's nothing to do with you. It's all to do with them. Okay, let me read this real quick. They say, oh, here, good. Um, 8, they're only interested in meeting their own needs, but they do this in such a skillful way that the people who become disadvantaged by their actions only notice after the fact. Number 9, sociopaths will often make other people feel guilty. 10, they outwit and dupe people, and then they accuse those people of the very same behavior. Number 11, they see nothing wrong about adjusting the truth, that's in quotes, to correspond with a particular situation. Acting. Tim Ballard said it. Janet Russin. They are telling you the truth. We're not listening. When they number 12, when they feel they have been treated unjustly, they think they have a right to use any means necessary to obtain what they believe rightfully belongs to them. They number 13, they generally consider people other than themselves to be weak and powerless. It proves that tracks. Number 14, they feel superior to others and will therefore frequently treat people with what? Condescension. It just didn't look right. Okay, I'm sorry. And treat people with condescension. Number 15, sociopaths are not usually able to maintain long-term relationships because they are incapable of love. Number 16, they will use every conceivable means, legal or otherwise, to get or accomplish what they want. Now imagine that, being knighted by the queen. And then there's like a group of those people that are knighted as Knights Templar, I need to look it up. It's crazy. And not just that, but there's Jim Caviezel. He's on the Catholic side of this, and he's doing the whole, I mean, they're all are one and of the same. They are not. I don't even. Sometimes I'm like, are they fucking human? Are they even human? Are they real? Like I don't understand. I just want to know where the hell they have all this time and energy, besides sucking it out of everybody. Mm-hmm. And then they just throw podcasts out, marketing, branding. Da, 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 da. I mean, they're just living their best lives in their nice little mansions, begging and poor mouthing all their neighbors, allegedly, in my opinion, wink, wink, because they didn't want to pull. They don't want to pull. They were so mistreated. Get over yourself. I live in What? There's people that I don't even want to go there because it's not going to be good. Okay, number 17. They don't think too much about the negative consequences of their behavior or actions. And that kind of threw me when I read it because I was like, so Lori doesn't care what we think. Tim, they don't care. They don't. And it does show, in my opinion, if this is true. If they are sociopaths. Okay. According to these 20 questions. 19. Oh no. Okay, 18. Sociopaths won't be helpful or cooperative, even, I'm sure children too, even when others are clearly unable to protect themselves or tend to their own welfare. Yeah, there's a couple situations like this in these ladies' accounts, these victims, these alleged victims, these victims, okay? I'm thinking of one experience right now that she had where uh, the masseuse or whatever. Anyways, it's just compromising situations that shouldn't have been in anyways because you shouldn't be doing it. The damn real traffickers don't gotta smell your pheromones. Stupid. Talking to Tim, okay, and them, Tim and them. The stupidest thing I've ever heard. There's a race, okay, for all of them. Okay, they assume no responsibility for their own actions or behavior, and they never get this. Justin Lum, show remorse. They never show remorse. No remorse. Judge Boy said it about Lori. They, number 20, the last one, it says they view life as a battlefield. Warriors, right? Only the strongest survive. And I think that's because that's what they're taught generationally because they don't come from the same breed as you and me, boo. They don't. Okay. There's a lot of abuse going on within. Okay. Yeah. And so then hurt people. Look at Jody Hildebrandt. Perfect. I mean, this, in my opinion, displays it at textbook. I'm just like, oh yeah, yeah. Gordon Bowen, same, in my opinion. Number 20. Oh yeah, I already said that. Only the strong survive. And so it says analysis in 3 of the statements above. If 3 of the statements above apply to a person it's safe to assume that he or she has symptoms of an antisocial personality disorder. See the important tips on the following page to learn how to deal with such a person and protect yourself. All right, back to this. Let me check on y'all. So sorry. I'm laxing. Bingo, right. I've had these same thoughts. He needs to drop Tim Ballard like a hot potato and just haul at nobody. I won't say anything. I won't be like, nah, 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 boo, boo. Won't be like Lori and be like, and you will see when we get to the Lord and we're standing in front of him. And I'll be like, no, that's what she told Colby. And that was wrong. Well, what she told Colby was, I won't told you I was right. I'll just say I love you. Something like that. Something really, really, really na boo boo. Stick your head in doo doo. Basically the same idea, the same tone that she allegedly, told to Kelsey about Jesus loves you, but he loves me more. Bitch. Girl, you're not seeing the same Jesus that I see. First off, I don't have a relationship with your Jesus, and you can't have a relationship with my Jesus. Not the way you talk, and I cuss. I'm just saying, that's no, ma'am. So, that's where I battle a lot of times. I'm just like, do they know? That's the scary part, y'all. That's the scary part is that I don't know if they know or if they're just taught this way or if there's so much trauma there, maybe from being essayed and just PTSD never dealt with or that's the theme of this is to traumatize and monetize, to proselytize. It's all about this mission statement. It's all about this, whatever looks good on paper. And then they will try to like alter their image. That's all that matters. With the whole gamut, the whole kit and caboodle is image, what I show you, just like with Lori, that's what she showed me. You know, she didn't show me some crazy bench. She was now again, I dated a guy at that time whenever we had the vallow. It was like New Year's at that time, but JJ was still an infant, you know, he was a baby. And Lori and Charles, I don't remember. I want to say Tally and them came, but I don't remember, you know? I don't have a good memory. Used to. But anyway, so we had it on New Year's bonfire because they flew in, I guess, after they had Christmas in Arizona or wherever they were at. And I remember my boyfriend at the time, and he was crazy. I say he was crazy. Okay, he was crazy. He was crazy fun, crazy. You know what I mean? And so I remember he met Lori for the first time, and he was like, that bitch is crazy. I was like, what? You know, I just kind of looked at him like, what? Where'd that come from? He was like, that bitch is crazy. Holy crap. Oh my. Like, you were right, you know? You were so right. But I guess crazy knows crazy. You know? That's what I say. You know, again, whatever. I think people just show us, especially people like that, you know, they always have a mask on. It's got to be their face has to itch, you know what I'm saying? But you see it sometimes. And a lot of times I want to say, and I mean, it's got to be because I'm thinking about this right now. There's a lot of times when you're just like, you know, that's probably not the person, you know what I mean? Like, that's not who they are. We make up all the excuses. Cognitive dissonance comes in, and we're just like, make excuses for the person for letting their mask slip, you know? And it's just like, oh, oh, we need to get some little tiny violins. I'll make some emojis and there'll be some tiny violins. That way we can play them. Because it's going to be really sad from Tim, in my opinion, from my gut feeling from here on out. And, you know, I don't think because it's Utah federal court, so I guess he probably won't stay in the same Shawshank as Diddler. But they've got a lot of friends. They're closing in on them. Just I'm telling you the way I'm like kind of observing. Just all I'm not looking, but it's just like, you know, I see like Houston. I live close to Houston, you know, and there's a lot of trafficking right here on the I-10 corridor. A lot of crimes. Period. Drug. You know, all kinds of things. Um, it passes through my town, and I mean, just saying, like, you know, so I'll see like Houston, whatever. They'll have a story a lot, you know. There's Florida too. I always catch this Florida station too. The guy's always wearing a green. He's like a sheriff. It must have been something I subscribed to from one of these cases, but they always talk about these, you know, rings that they have arrested on. I mean, I hope that's the case. I hope that these aren't just fabricated numbers. I mean, I really I'm trying not to. There's a violin. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Angela. Maybe I'll ask my little emoji maker to make me some with Tim playing this world's smallest violin. Anyways. Oh my God. It's been coming up with some stuff, y'all. I'm going to surprise y'all with this video. It's just a little clip or whatever, but anyways, you'll see it. Not tonight, but you'll see it. It's all about the white horse prophecy, yo. That's what it is. It's the whiteboard prophecy. It's the white horse prophecy. I forgot what I was saying before that. I can't believe that. Aerial Recovery, who was right, it's right here. It says Ballard himself does not list the Spear Fund on a social media page. You know, that's your company, yo. Proud, right? Of links. It's hard to see on this side. Let me go back over there. No, it's too close. Okay. Oh my God. Ballard himself does not list the Spear Fund on the social media page of links to his various projects, but encourages followers to donate to an anti-trafficking initiative called Aerial Recovery. Plug, right? Because it all goes back to to Timmy, to what's his name? What's his ulterior motive? Where's his damn boneyard to? And I don't want to find out. It's not no damn challenge, Tim and friends. You know, I can only speculate. I was an airplane mechanic apprentice before, and the boneyard they talked about was just the laydown yard for all the planes that were taken out of commission. So I'm assuming it's like a boneyard. Is it related to Skull and Bone Daddies? You know what I mean? Like M. Russell Ballard, he's a Skull and Bone. So is M. Russell. I'm sorry, they have the close names. I swear, Russell Nelson. Yeah, Skull and Bone. Straight up. I wonder if Tom Harrison is really. All right. Supporters have also donated to his legal defense, which I think that's illegal. I really do think that's illegal, y'all. I think we need to look into. Y'all know anything about that? My mouth is slapping together. Yeah. I'm gonna find a video. I'm just like entertain y'all for a second while I grab something to drink. Oh, let's see. What's on tap? Here, you can watch this little screen. Look, I made this and I didn't put any music to it yet. So you can watch this while I go grab something to drink, please. Be right back. Thank y'all. Y'all are awesome. Really. Or gluttons for punishment, or both. Here, I'll put some background music on. Allegedly. My whole slideshow. All right, come on, music. Is it playing? I think too. Let me over. That's awesome. Okay. Sorry, it's just what I had on tap. Sorry. Okay, let me take that off. Maybe my speaker's on up. Okay, let's take this off. I'm really mucking this up tonight. Oh yeah, my speaker was off. I'm so sorry if that was loud. I didn't know because it wasn't sounding off on this side. All right, Ballard himself did not list him. Okay, so he didn't do all that. Supporters have also donated to his legal defense fund through a campaign on the Christian crowdfunding site Give, Send, Go. We need to look into that because I feel like I heard this from somewhere else, nothing to do with this case, but I was just like, yeah, that is kind of interesting. You know, I don't think you're supposed to be raising money for your own defense, in my opinion. But you know, it's probably through and in somebody else's name and shell company, right? There's always a shell company somewhere, in my opinion. Despite his legal woes and somewhat diminished standing in the LDS community, I don't know about that. I challenge that. He still makes public appearances with major ideologues. I guess that's how you say it. Last month, he posed at an event with Tucker Carlson and Charlie Kirk, using the hashtag for the tagline from Sound of Freedom: God's children are not for sale. Does that mean he's not buying them? He's just exploiting them? I've been trying to figure this out, you know. Okay, finally, Jesus, you know. Some days you have it. A lot of days you don't. Okay, let me pull this other thing up real quick. And it gave me a lot of, again, because I was finding articles last night that I have never seen before in my life. And I've Googled and look. I mean, I'll show you all my search history one day and you'll be like, holy shit, she's not playing. She needs to get out and maybe get some air and maybe visit and talk to real people. You know what I mean? Human, like, holy crap. because that's all she does. Okay. Let me go back here. Hold on. It's called oh, the shady side. Okay, there's the shady side of okay, here it is. Let me share my screen. Over here, you're going to see a banner that says I need to pay my bill. It always does that at this time of the month. So just know that. I hate it too. It drives me insane. Okay. So these are some articles that I found, and I just copied and pasted them here, and I just highlight them so I can kind of keep up with them and not have to be disturbed with all the ads and the page will jump and all that stuff. I don't need any help with any distractions. Like that's it's horrible. I gotta find it again. Oh, I'm here. Okay. Damn. No, I'm not. The heck? Oh, I have it showing. Oh my God, y'all. I need to go to bed. I think. Um, somebody else come do this. I'll watch. All right. So these are some just different stories, like January 28th, 2015. I'm trying to like kind of track it back. I know that Lynn Packer has. I've been waiting on Lynn Packer. Hopefully, I pray that he has just a big wham bammer, that just to set Tim Ballard in his damn place with the facts, with actual research journalism, the facts. Okay, hit them with the facts because they can't dispute that, and they can sit there and do all the couple's ruses and trying to have good smelling pheromones and stuff for their little friends because that's probably what's going on. And they've got to act, and it just must be so exhausting. Is all that's a lot of acting, and all your friends act too. So I mean, can you imagine like the level of narcissism and like psychopathy and just look at me, look what I can do. Like holy crap, do y'all ever get tired? I mean, I've thought about this about Diddy. I'm just like, what the ain't nobody wants to have actual relations like that with anybody that much. I'm sorry, I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. Okay? I don't care if you're Lori Vallow going backwards in time on your periods. I don't care if it's her friend's dilemma too. That's so dumb, y'all. Swear. Okay, so I was just kind of tracking this back, just to kind of to see what's going on. And this came from the universe dot okay http okay universe.byu.edu metro local BYU, right? The abolitionist film premieres attracts Utah celebrities. Oh no, that's because birds of a feather flock together. Somebody, and through all this research and just kind of watching, following the Diddy case, there's been quite a few people that are like, wherever these celebrities are, wherever there's an event, wherever there is a Grammy show, all these awards and all these movie premieres, like what was it for it's Gordon Bowen used to work under Robert Redford. Sundance, I want to say, was so like wherever you have these big premieres, these gatherings, these opportunities to gather, kind of like how OUR was in Rexburg for the weekend or the same weekend that Tylee was murdered or sacrificed, whatever. And then you had the Firm Foundation that was in Rexburg the weekend, or like however many days later when JJ was red rummed or sacrificed or whatever. Um, I'm just saying, we follow birds and their patterns and how they migrate, and then you just kind of compare it to the rest of the situation because it is in plain sight, and these people are obviously hiding, something. I think so. I think they're hiding something. Like Mike and Nancy James, they didn't come forth. In fact, I have a Facebook post or whatever where they thanked and said that their friends, our friends, are the ones who contacted the authorities. I'm like, who's your friend? You have Kermit the Frog in your pocket? You know? I mean, what the hell? No. Okay? No. Who? Are you talking about Melanie Gibb? Is that the friend? The one that hid from everybody? The one that hid from Rich Robertson and lied to him and lied to police? That one? Oh, huh. Okay. Sorry. Let me know what delusion you're in. You know what I'm saying? Didn't do shit. Definitely not for the victims. Definitely not for any of us who were looking for them. Still not, you know? Anyways, movie makers originally planned on holding a small press screening, but word got out. Don't it? They're like, call out. Okay. And more than 1,000 people thronged the South Jordan megaplex theaters for a chance to see The Abolitionist, right? The Abolitionist. That was the movie. That's the prequel to Sound of Freedom. You know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of like Gordon Bowen's alleged quote unquote Jesus movie. Len Packer's still questioning that too. He's like, where'd this $20 million Jesus movie go? Okay. And how come it's been said that there's like general authorities that went to your home, Gordon Bowen? You know, your home, Gordon Bowen, excommunicated twice, you know. Anyways, all kinds of things with that one there. But so these general authorities are visiting your home to watch this alleged, is it a Jesus movie? But the rumors are that, you know, it was so bad that they ran out. They wouldn't even salvage the movie, you know. Anyway, so there's something going on there, in my opinion. DJ and music. So this is Tuesday, January 27, 2015. DJ and music producer Cascade. Cascade was named in by Tim Ballard and friends, or I'll say associates, because they're more associates in this sense, because they were sitting at a 2016 prequel, in my opinion, secret, because I mean, I accumulated it. Nobody else has seen it. And I think they like it that way. But some of you guys got to see it. And as soon as I get off here, I will make them, you know, they're on private right now, but I'll unprivate them and put them for members only. Let me know what you think, because in that 2016 prequel secret whiteboard meeting, before the 2019 whiteboard meeting that's secret, they were game planning. They were a meeting of the minds. That's a good phrase. I liked it whenever Lindsay Blake used it regarding Lori, Chad, and Alex, and those named and unnamed. Okay. As far as conspiracy, so you know they're sitting there and they're like, oh, let's name all the people that we do know, and so they're like Cascade. Okay, so that's Cascade right there. And, you know, there's other people that were named like Oprah, Ellen DeGeneres, the Clinton Foundation, Glenn Beck, Elder Ballard, Tony Robbins. Hold on, I'm trying to think. Lindsey Sterling. Blah, 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 blah. There's too many names to keep up with, first off. But that was just like, you know, this is, I don't know. Anyway, so here's Cascade. Walking Dead star Laurie Holden and Utah Attorney General Sean Reyes attended the press screening to raise awareness about child sex trafficking. Ed Smart, who works as the organization's director of prevention and rehabilitation. So Operation Underground Railroad, right? That doesn't say, you know, it was through. Okay, announced the Elizabeth Smart Foundation will merge with Operation Underground Railroad. The Abolitionist is a feature-length film about the child. Now listen how different the language is too. The Abolitionist is a feature-length film about the child rescue efforts of Tim Ballard's Operation Underground Railroad. So The Abolitionist is a feature-length film about, it's just a feature-length film for free. It's a free one. You know, gotta get our feet out there. We gotta It's like, okay, you're wearing your, 16-year-old and you're coming out to the world, right? Um, it's just, it seems very puny compared to what it becomes with Sound of Freedom, you know? Like he just goes and does it by his damn self, rescues everybody. Okay, Ballard started the organization just 1 year ago. So I put so January 2014. I thought he started in 2013. Need clarification. Anyways, yet he has received strong support from Hollywood. Uh-oh, that's not good. Hollywood filmmakers, celebrities, that's not good either. They go to Hollywood, and the general public. I wonder if they like hip hop. Is quote, I feel all of this is being orchestrated, interesting word, by a higher power. That's what it is, because the Lord cares about children. Yeah, the Lord does. Yeah. Again, not your Lord. I don't know who y'all's is. This needs to be a lowercase. He said, okay, so he said, co-directors Darren Fletcher and Chet Thomas contacted Ballard last year to ask him to be a consultant on a historical documentary. So here's these movie producers. I've heard about them before through Lynn Packer, but I'm just like, okay, I'm just trying to figure out who led to who, right? We're just trying to figure out, we're playing like toothpicks, where you just, anyways, trying to get to the bottom one. Okay. Okay. So co-directors, okay, they're directors, Hollywood, obviously, support from Hollywood filmmakers. Okay. That probably fits them. Contacted Ballard last year to ask him to be a consultant on a historical documentary. So that was so last year. And so this is what, 2015, right? The year we're in right here in this article. And they're saying just now that it started just a year ago, that OUR started just a year ago, just 1 year ago. And so I'm like 2014, 2013. And then he's received Hollywood filmmakers, celebrities, and general public. He feels all this is being orchestrated, and he'll say miracles too, by a higher power. That's what it is, because the Lord cares about children. He said co-directors Darren Fletcher and Chet Thomas contacted Ballard last year. So they contacted him. So who, in my opinion, allegedly, who tipped them off? Like, who was like, hey, y'all, he's not even into film. I mean, he just started this little thing, but hold on. You'll see. It says, ask him to be a consultant on a historical documentary. Ballard agreed. Okay, so Ballard's like, hell yeah. But the co-directors found out about Ballard's work as a secret agent, and immediately. So they didn't even know he was doing this OUR crap. That's what I'm gathering from it. Not gathering, but getting. But the co-directors found out about Ballard's work as a secret agent and immediately dropped their project. I guess the historical one that they were going to ask him to consult on, right? It was another Joseph Smith flick. Anyways, to start documenting his rescue efforts. So it seems like there was something that was born here. Something was hatched, I mean, they're very they're all into marketing, branding. They're geniuses with this crap. They're very smart and intelligent, and they do the whole social networking. They're very networked people. And so, I mean, and plus the missionary training and things like that. They're proselytize and monetize and traumatize and monetize, right? Okay. So that's just interesting right there, that they dropped whatever the hell they were doing and they just run over because they find out he's an agent, or that he did work as an agent, and immediately drop their project to start documenting his so-called rescue efforts, right? They never completed the historical documentary. That is it because they don't was there ever one? Okay. Is there ever one? That's what I'm saying. That's like, okay, yeah, we ain't got to prove that. There's nothing to show for it, because that's probably not why they were introduced to Tim Ballard. To me, I just think it's very convenient. BYU is writing about it. I mean, they never completed. Okay, so Thomas believes it is its only purpose was to lead them to Ballard. Thomas believes its only purpose was to lead them to Ballard. So they reached out, and then it led Ballard right to them. Then they end up ditching him later. Anyways, I'm like, why? Did Elder Ballard or any other general authority in the church give them a blessing? Better yet, what about Ken Krogh, Janet Russin, Tom Harrison, Gordon Bowen, David Hamlin? How did both Chet Thomas and Darren Fletcher come into contact with Tim Ballard? Who put the men in touch with one another? Kind of like with Russell Brunson, and others. Fletcher and Thomas Hope, the abolitionist, has the same effect on child sex slavery. This is one of those. This is one of them dog whistles, y'all. Right here. Dang it. The other person that used this that Lynn Packer reported on was he's a black guy. He is a Utah. I don't know if he's a senator or what. I'm blanking right now. His daughter did a Mormon Stories podcast. His name is, I don't remember. I will. Burgess Owens. That's what it is. I mean, he spends a great deal of time with Tim too. But this Uncle Tom's Cabin, he even tweeted about it. That's what Lynn was reporting on or he was sharing it on Mormon Stories podcast with John Dehlin. John Dehlin was like, I don't really like that. And I mean, I understand. Nobody does. Okay. But it's like blasphemous to the story. I don't know how else to say that. It's bastardizing the story, just like Tim, in my opinion, bastardizes and ruins Harriet Tubman's entire Underground Railroad. Okay. Tim is a very white, privileged dude. Okay. Who was ordained. Yes, it is a Mormon word. Mike Stroud used it. I mean, yeah. Anyway, so he was ordained, blessed, given blessings from all the way up to his not grandpa, Ballard. He could do the couples ruse. He was going to be the next president or, future president. He was going to be a future prophet of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And so, I mean, again, I think it's like Mitt Romney, 2019, or this age. It's like, okay, well, I think that they attempted to do this, to get Romney to run as president, to become president. I'm not throwing shade. This is what it looks like to me. And because I'm not political, I don't give a shit. I just, And I'm just trying to figure it out. What's going on here? Why is M. Russell Ballard like accompanying Mitt Romney to, mainly on his campaign tours and stuff? It's just interesting, and he was kind of like, if he's not his grandpa and or a direct relative of Tim Ballard's, I'll fall down if he's not. Then why the interest in not only Tim Ballard, but Gordon Bowen? And not only Gordon Bowen and Tim Ballard, but why all, those two and Gordon Bowen? What's going on here? Why did Gordon Bowen get paid a lot, millions? I think 10 or 20, I forget, 10 or 20 million to design the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints icon, with the Christus in it. It's Jesus. And it's very black. It's very plain. And who'd he jack it from? All I'm saying. Okay. So yeah, the abolitionist has the same. Okay. So this was interesting to me too. Fletcher and Thomas Hope, the abolitionist movie, right, has the same effect on child sex slavery as Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin had on 19th century slavery. And I don't know enough I don't remember reading all that stuff. I remember the names. I don't remember reading it. So I can't give it any context. Whereas Tim Ballard writes like a faux writing. He writes a very skewed, just like David Barton, evangelist who is in with TNF and like Mercury One with Glenn Beck. And anyways, this is going to get interesting. So our goal is to get it out to the world and send these rodents into the deepest holes of the earth and put a stop to it, Thomas said. Trafficking survivor Norma Bastidas, I'm worrying about her, okay, who now works as an Operation Underground Railroad, now this is back in 2015, ambassador, there's that freaking word again, right, also attended the screening. She travels to rehabilitation shelters to allegedly comfort and motivate other victims in their recovery. Okay, so I'm guessing she's in Utah or wherever. Okay, Bastidas was abducted at a bus stop in Mexico City when she was 17. She was rescued shortly thereafter, but fell into a trap at 19 when she took up a modeling job in Japan. I made it blue because it just stands out. Modeling job. It seems to be a current running theme in all these stories. Her employers pushed her to fulfill clients' additional requests and convinced her she had consented to exploitation by accepting the job. Kind of like the couple Drews-ish, huh? Sign this NDA, this non-disclosure agreement, and whatever. Here, sign this so you can attend a freak off party with Diddy. It's mm-mm. In the moment when they ask you to do something that takes your dignity away and you don't have the ability to say no, that's human trafficking, unquote, Bastida said. She returned home and kept her experiences secret for 30 years. Bastidas later found out her experience was not an isolated incident, forgot her own pain and began, I don't know if she forgot it, forgot her own pain and began to share her story with other victims. Ballard thanked the audience before the screening for being brave enough to watch the film. Quote, "You see a lot of tough guys do a lot of crying in these operations because of what we see," unquote, he said. I guess that's okay. The 85-minute film, so this is The Abolitionist, uses actual footage of the planning and execution of several operations in Honduras, Colombia, and Haiti. So this has to be pre 2015, And I mean, you've only been open for a year. You're already like hip hopping out of country and just, I mean, what the hell? I'm sorry. There's so many other organizations that have to grow. They get seed money and they, sometimes if they're lucky enough or grants, there's different ways that you can apply and become a nonprofit organization and not exploit stuff. Anyways, like Cara Burrell's, go donate to hers. Anyways, they had to, let's see where we're at. It even includes footage of a failed operation in Colombia where the anti-trafficking team members were unable to obtain a judge's signature for police to enter and make arrests. So the police are the ones who do it, right? Yeah, and they just claim them. They had to call the operation off minutes. They had to call the operation off minutes before traffickers were set to meet with them. The team dejectedly returned home. And I mean, it's kind of like these nanny stings, they like set them up. Wait, there's a word for that. But anyways, the film also shows several successful operations. The team managed to rescue all the children from a corrupt Haitian orphanage. I wonder if this is a shitty one, where the director sold them. So did you rescue them or did you buy them? Okay, where the director sold them for $15,000 each. Ballard began investing. I bet that sounds like it right there. The orphanage after his friend's son says his friend now. Gesno Marty is his friend now? That's interesting. New development. Ballard began investigating the orphanage after his friend's son was kidnapped during an LDS church service. It was all during the service. I don't remember that. The boy, Gardy Marty, right, has yet to be found. He would be like 17, 18 now. But his father, Gesno Marty, who also attended the screening and was the bishop at the church in Haiti, allegedly, said, "This bothers me, y'all. This bothers me. I don't like what this man says. I know that that's his alleged son and is allegedly kidnapped, but I don't like what's cooking here. Okay? I never have. I don't know who. I hope it's not what my gut's telling me, because that would be really low. Has yet to be found, but his father, who also attended the screening, okay, said he could live with the fact because his son's kidnapping led to the rescue of many other children. Now, just like interchange those words with like, the salvation, the atonement of Christ. You know how they talk on the talk, and it saved me. And just, how they have these like elaborate, weird sounding like relationships with their Lord or whatever, allegedly Jesus. It just doesn't sound right. Isn't this like a very rich name too? Heidi Miller. Miller, I think it is. I don't know if she is, but anyway, so it says, there, that's how you do that. So it just bothers me about, okay, so first, now I don't remember it ever, Gizno Marty ever being Tim's friend. I thought it was just a bishop in Haiti, and, Elder Ballard lined it up where they would go in the helicopters and the media would be there to capture it, and they were using allegedly Janet Russin to do remote viewing in order to find said Gardy Marty, and then she's telling him all this mumbo jumbo. She's using remote viewing straight up, which Tori Rawlings talks about in the investigations into Tim before, right, in 2020. And I do believe that's what Tom Harrison's doing. I do believe that's what Lori and Chad were referring to when they said portal. When they say portal, that's what they mean. Remote viewing. They can bounce out of their body. They can have outer body experiences or not. I don't care what they do. And I think that's why Lori had to make up the experience about Tylee in order to, like, she had to make that up during her allocution, I think, in order to validate that she has these quote unquote experiences. Okay. I think they did too, Huggy Bear. I'm so glad to hear you say that and not, and just it be out. You know what I mean? Like, I've been like, it bothers me. And I don't want to say that because what if, I mean, there could have been people that said that about, Tylee and JJ, or, you know what I mean? Like when they were missing. And so, you know what I mean? Like, I don't, but it just it doesn't pass the smell test. Not with that statement. And I mean, so I'm not shaming either. I'm just saying, think this out logically, like analyze this and he has a bunch of other kids too, allegedly, Gizno Marty. I think some of them are adopted, and that worries me so much. It does. So, and there's never been a conviction on that, I don't think. I've just, oh my God, my hair is crazy. I look like a damn snake. Doing all kinds of things. Hunter Biden was on the board for missing and exploited children. Whoa. Like on the board, like he was missing? That's crazy. That y'all donated to them 1 year. I mean, they Nick Mick, right? But I'm just like, just like I'm just like, I don't trust anything. And I mean, not like I'm antitrust or anything. I'm very careful, very careful, very careful. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think they try to use their shock doctrine and their shock words and their chakras, right? They try to get our chakras. So gross. Oh, they're all after the root chakra. Chakra Khan. Chakra Khan. They are straight up chakra cons. I just got that. I've been picking on the word chakra, I'm like chakra Khan. But they're cons in my opinion, and they're after the root chakra, so they're chakra cons. Ha ha ha. Okay. That's nuts. Yeah. I don't know. There's just some more to that story for sure. I gotta put my hair behind here. I know, Stephanie, don't laugh at my hair. We're gonna make some merch about chakra cons. Okay. Oh yeah. It's going down. Right. Oh man. All right. So Gardy has yet to be found. So Gizno, the dad, who also attended the screening. So he went all the way to Utah, where actually I believe if anybody correct me, please always feel free to correct me. Where where Gardy Marty was allegedly born. Wasn't he born in Utah? So wasn't he I don't know. I'm not gonna go there. I'm not. Anyways, what the hell are they doing in Utah? Who put them there? Who was like, hey, you go run the Haiti church? And then, it happens during a service. His child gets kidnapped, and then what? They summons in the gang, and they're like, hey, gathering over here in Haiti, and we're going to set it up, and it's going to be a great opportunity not to save children, not to rescue Gardy Marty. That was the act. Just like I think how egregious and disgusting it is. How disgusting. And I mean, I can't help but think this. I'm sorry. It's just, it goes par for the course. It totally fits in with the rest of the story. the rest of the things that Tim Ballard has presented to me, in my opinion, and that or the world really, and it's my perception. But how I'm so glad that those two children were adopted, but I'm not. Do you know what I'm saying? I believe in adoption. JJ was adopted. I'm not. Anyways, that's a whole nother story. There are successful stories where, they're not read run by their parent. Okay, their adopted parent. So, Cole was adopted within the family. That's Uncle Charles. That's his oldest son. That's my cousin. I mean, legit. It's like my cousin's biological child. And that was a successful adoption. It was in family, and I mean, so why wouldn't you adopt your nephew's, you know, little baby? So I'm just saying all that because I believe in it. However, Tim Ballard and his wife Catherine, who I believe is in on this too, in my opinion, I really do. I don't trust her. I don't trust her at all. She looks like the chick from, and I like this movie. Actually, this is Uncle Charles's favorite movie. Oh shit. Mother Cracker. It's got Thurman, John Travolta, Pulp Fiction. Okay, and they stab the guy in the heart with the shot, of adrenaline, so he can stop ODing or whatever. And that there's that blonde chick, and Catherine Ballard, in my opinion, looks like that blonde chick, big time. I don't know her name, or I tell you, but anyway, so I don't know. This just doesn't. I think there's more to the story right here, and there's a whole lot of FUCKERY right here. A whole lot of bippity boppity boo stuff, like kind of like Catch Me If You Can, And when I found out that was about Howard Hughes, I was like, well, I'll be damned. And they're all friends. I mean, I've got pictures I found recently of Elder Ballard, Rasbin, and their wives, and there's a couple others. I just can't think of them right now. Nelson and his wife, his first wife, and they're taking pictures with Howard Hughes. And I'm just like, well, damn, And I mean, the way he was alleged, I mean, just from what I remember, the way Howard had a relationship with his mother, I think that's kind of this whole enmeshment, kind of unhealthy sexual boundaries, none. Uh, you can kind of reenact sex acts with your own brother, and then have Alex look at his wife at the time and just be like, you're weird. You're weird. We always fornicate. We fornicate here. Mount up. Right? That's gross. But no, man. No. No. And I'm going to have to pull it together to remember what it even was about Stacy that I had found that was interesting to me. Let me grab it real quick. Only because I think it's interesting. Let me look I think I texted to Megan a while back. Stacy. There. Okay. But you know how I say that, or I'm learning more that there are these like dog whistles, right? The Constitution and Hanging by a Thread. I gotta read it because my phone's about to die on here. But there's this story that Megan tells about let me just read it. Okay. Mr. Walter A. Carruthers Jr., the secretary of the Blavatsky Foundation, also revealed today that from representatives of other theosophical groups, he has learned. I need to find a charger. It's going to die on me right mid. I already know. You know, and I know. Man. Okay. Oh my God. I don't see it. Okay. I'm just going to have to hurry. Okay. Also revealed today that, okay, from the theosophical groups, he has learned that a thorough search just concluded of the it's so hard to read, of the bibliographical lists, catalogs, and card files of the British Museum, Library of Congress, and New York Public Library has confirmed the knowledge of experts on Blavatsky's career that she did not write the manual for Revolution nor anything of similar content or title. This is, I have it underlined, he credited Boris D. Zirkov, I don't know, compiler of Madame Blavatsky's collected writings, now in the 10th volume, as saying that the only door of similar title discovered was by two Russian anarchists, S.C. Oh my God, I can't read it. Nikave or something, and M.A. Bakunin. I don't know. He pointed out that Mahatma Gandhi, martyred father of nonviolence and an admirer of Blavatsky, confessed himself unfit to touch the hem of her garment while that was the part right there. While her own writings vehemently condemn communism, anarchy, violent revolution, and murder. But that whole part right there, I remember Megan telling the story about how when Stacy died, that Barry allegedly said this when they were flying back from Hawaii to the States, right? After like 80 days. No, after like 4 days. Stacy had died and they didn't come back from vacay. Okay. And then when they did, I want to say that if I'm recalling right, I don't know, please correct me. Confessed himself unfit to touch the hem of her garments. So that's a very unique statement. It's just one of those damn statements, y'all. And I was just like, dog whistle was I'm asking. I'm not trying to be insensitive. I'm not trying to throw anything on anybody else. I don't want to ever bring any unwanted or it's a valid question though, because it's a very weird, unique thing to say. I don't know if y'all remember that. I mean, so I was that little screenshot I got or whatever, that was from I follow Rotting Jules, right? And so when something catches my attention, because a lot of the things I'm just like, I don't know. It will tie in. I just don't know where and with whom, so it's just like a kind of a waiting game. And so whenever I heard that, I was like, that's just a weird thing. So it's a coincidence, I guess. What is going on with my hair, y'all? Anyways, I'm not having a good hair day. Let me just do this. Right. Winning. Okay. Charlie Sheen winning. Okay. Let me get back to that. I'm the slowest person in the world. Okay. Stop beating myself up. I know. Stop. Okay. Again, after the screening, Ballard presented Heidi Miller as the new president of Operation Underground Railroad's Board of Governors. Miller announced the abolitionist will show at all 17 megaplex theaters. Do I even have it shared to y'all again? No, I don't. I made up with a dumbass today, y'all. Sorry. Okay. So 17 megaplex theaters across 2 states. That's a lot of theaters. And all revenue received will be donated back to the organization, Operation Underground Railroad. All right, Studio C, that's interesting. Members Stacy Harkey and Mallory Everton shared their reaction to the film. It was very eye-opening. It's very sad. It's designed that way, but it's a sad that motivates you to act, something you recognize as a problem and that you can change, Harkey said. I'm really glad that there are people like that out there doing stuff like this, Everton said. There are a lot of evils out there in the world. And I think that we can all do a little bit more to help. The more people who know about OUR rescue, the better. And so, yeah, read more, blah, blah, blah. So then, here's the little tag words, the keywords, hashtags. Okay, so that was January 28th, 2015. Story number 2, this is February. So this is the following month. And this is local and Colombian government officials join. Well, crap. Let's see. Sex trafficking. Okay, so February 18, 2015, sex trafficking survivor Laura Crosland. This is the Crosland. I'm sorry. Man, sometimes I just want to throw in the damn towel. We're going to go there. We're just going to go there. Local and Colombian government officials. So so they joined together. They just joined forces. Like, is this how this works? I don't think so. And I'm not a damn professional. The heavens don't align. The planets don't line up, and you don't get $82 billion in your account because of that. No. It's the powers that be, and it's the power of the word of mouth and who you know and who you blow. In my opinion, sorry, just saying. Local and Colombian government officials joined to stop human trafficking. Wasn't that great? So July 7th, 2015. I don't know why this one says July. Anyways, we're going with this one. July 7th, 2015. Operation Underground Railroad honored local and Colombian government officials. So they honored them already. Damn, I got friends in high places for their collaborative efforts to end human trafficking at a screening of The Abolitionist. I'll just open that inside. And guess who? That's on July 1st. So just think about that. That's July 1st, 2015. They're premiering basically, or, doing this little gathering or whatever you want to call it. A place where they can go and premiere movies and red carpets and pretend. On July 1st. And the Sound of Freedom movie was, it ended up premiering last year, July 4th, so it must be a good time to be doing that kind of stuff. Somebody needs to look on the sacrificial calendar is what I'm saying. Senator Mike Lee. Remember Mike Lee? He was named in one of the civil lawsuits, one of the earlier ones against Tim. That Tim has settled some outside of the public realm too. There's some that have never come forward publicly. So, I mean, I don't know for sure. Wasn't there, but that's the word on the Mormon streets. That would be interesting, right? I'm sure they had to sign a non-disclosure agreement. That's how that rolls. But Senator Mike Lee was named in one of the civil lawsuits by, forget who, but it was alleged that he met with Tim Ballard. I want to say that, I forget which night, but it was right before Tim Ballard was supposed to put in that he was running for Utah Senate, right? Remember, we're all doing this because we hate children, we diddle them, and we're trying to stop him because he's doing such a noble cause, and we're trying to stop him from becoming his predecessor, Trump. Okay, we're trying to stop him because he is doing such good in the world, just like Lori is doing such good in the world. Why all the persecution? She even said it in her recent interview with her son, Colby. And that's what the Satan does. He just comes at you with, that needs to stop being taught like that or something. Not all opposition. It's not like that's the name of the game. It's not like, hey, let's set out just to piss the devil off. No, it's just like you continue doing what you're doing. Keep doing good. Okay? Morally. Just be a good human. Don't kill other people. It's basic human rights. Don't exploit them. Don't SA them. Don't harm them. Don't violate their private space. Stay in your bubble. Stay home. Anyways, Senator Mike Lee. So it was said that, in that lawsuit that he met with Tim Ballard, whether he did or not, in the Salt Lake City airport to devise a plan, to like kind of go over game plans on how to run. I don't know. That's the guy that would go to these firm foundations. Same with, for the ones that Rod Meldrum put on, that Chad Daybell would attend, that all the people would attend. Tim Ballard, Glenn Beck, name them, they're there. Even Tom Harrison, David Warwick. I mean, name them, they've been there. If not, they're gone. Let's see. Senator Mike Lee and his wife Sharon were honored for introducing OU. They were honored for introducing OUR. So this is who introduced OUR to people on Capitol Hill. I thought that was very interesting. It's like, huh. So it's like his coming out party, like, hey, I'm coming out. Anyway, so it says, quote, Washington is not known for bipartisan cooperation, but this issue is one of the things I've discovered can unite people of all political persuasions. Sounds like that whole, hey, let's put some crosses on Google Map because we're changing. We're trying to proselytize and monetize, bastardize. Okay, that's what Lee said. Okay, they're trying to unite. United Order. There's this whole thing with Joseph Smith that he wrote a long ass time ago. United Order. It really reflects their views. I think their views of what the second coming, ushering in the second coming of their Christ, or whatever the hell they're trying to do. They're trying to speed this up. Basically, they're just trying to get to one love, one heart, one world religion, one world government, one world society. Basically, their law of consecration. That's what a Mormon would know it by. There's another one too. I just can't think of it right now, but it's called the United Order. And the United Order sounds so, go read it, go Google it and look it up. The United Order really does sound similar to what the NWO is all about. Allegedly, in my opinion. That's just my view. And I mean, that was with no knowledge. That's just me with just not having my eyes shut my entire life. Okay. That's just like, oh, that really looks, that themes well, they theme together. And that's just how my brain works. I'm just like, huh, I've seen this before. Kind of like with Chad Daybell's books, I was like, his books are a lot like Julie Rose and Hector Sosa's and stuff. But I mean, I couldn't like point out because I don't know the parts of a book or parts of a story because that's not my job, And so I'm just like, they have the same story, different joke, same story, different subject, same story. They're telling the same story over and over again because that's insanity, straight up, and they're insane. But in my opinion, but like, like President Hinckley, he wrote about I want to say baseball, whereas Chad Daybell wrote about trains. Remember the trains dream? I mean, it's the same layout, the same storytelling process. That's another one of their keywords is storytelling. It's just another way for them to communicate, and that's why they're so infatuated with the books. I do believe. I do. That's why you had to basically cut out Visions of Glory from Lori's right thigh. That's why it was found on her person like 11 times from the damn cops just in their investigation of the kids. Weird, right? It ain't that damn good, girl. And she bought it while she with her commissary money over there in Arizona. She done got that book too over there. Wonder if it's a signed copy. Makes you wonder. Anyway, so Washington, let's see. So yeah, Senator Mike Lee and his wife Sharon were honored for introducing OUR to people on Capitol Hill. Political. Quote, Washington, this is another one of their code talk shit right here. Washington is not known for bipartisan cooperation, but this issue is one of the things I've discovered can unite people of all political persuasions, Lee said. Quote, this is a pressing issue of our time where we as a society, where we as a civilization and as a species can eradicate something that has plagued, that's another one of those keywords, humankind in one form or another for centuries. It needs to end, unquote. Utah Attorney General Sean Reyes was also honored for the integral role he played in, so he'd been playing integral roles in OUR rescue. I mean, we only in 2015, y'all, talk about that resume, don't even have a chance. It's just busting seams, okay? Because it's like, oh my God, I'm growing, growing, growing. It can't keep up. It's like one of those little things that you throw into the water, like, a cup of water, and it just grows and grows and grows. That's what this is. And it just goes, and you don't know where to take it down at, Speaking of spear funds, right? Okay. People would be surprised to know that more than 17,000 people are trafficked into the United States every year. Sounds like we had some border problems back then, huh? Reyes said, quote, "That's why I'm an abolitionist." See, he's endorsing right there. If we can train every country, our hope was our another keyword there. If we can train every country, our hope is to create a firewall. There you go. Against human trafficking so that the filth does not come in and penetrate here into our country and our state. Y'all, I don't know much about when the wall started, if it went, I don't know all that stuff. Who, what, when, where. I don't remember the wall. I remember hearing about it and it's never ended. So didn't Trump run in 2015? I'm trying to figure out what's going on in the surrounding atmosphere, like what's going on in their world. Why is Sean Reyes using those specific words? It's wordplay, in my opinion. Tim's brother Craig worked for the White House first. They are connected. Yeah, he's very 3-letter agency, right? And he went to school, huh? I'll have to go look at that article again, but I remember seeing that too. We probably saw it in the same place. Hopefully. The county that was built on slavery and literally taking people out of their countries to another place to forcibly work, right? I mean, exploit much, straight up, y'all. It does take away from it does. It glamorizes it. It gives a total misconstrued, not at all an accurate story. I mean, it's not as simple as it seems, like it's just not cut and dry. Hey, here's what every ST or HT case looks like, I mean, it's not as glamorous. It's not as glamorous, it's gross. It's so gross. And then I found this out just like a lot of people around here are finding out as they are catching on to what's going on here. I just looked at the people at first. I didn't care about the damn organization. I was just like, I know that's connected to Lori Chad, and I just don't know how. I don't know these people. This is late 2020 when the investigations were going on. And so I'm just like, I didn't know. And I didn't have a lot of time, emotional energy. I didn't have all that stuff to invest then, because I didn't know what the hell I was even looking at. I'm like, what? Mormonism? Like, I don't understand any of this crap. So, it is in his LinkedIn bio. So his brother's name is Craig, and they say Uncle Craig. I never thought of Craig, his brother, even though it says his. Wait, okay, so there's an Uncle Craig too. He wouldn't call his brother, or these ladies wouldn't refer to Tim's Uncle Craig. Actually, Tim refers to an Uncle Craig in his own text messages in the lawsuits, So I want to know who Uncle Craig is, you know what I'm saying? I picture him like Devo. And Friday. Yes, he started his run in 2015, thank you so much, Annie Ray. He started his run in 2015, was elected in November 2016, and took office January 20th, 2017. So that's interesting, right? I'll have to just kind of find out. I mean, and those of you who are, know more about this, please. It's not political. It's freedom of speech here, okay? And just to share information. And I appreciate that because I remember about the time, but I don't remember enough to speak to it. So that's just interesting. Thank you. And none of it makes sense, but they don't make sense. And so they colluded with all this crap, all their words, they're wordsmiths, like that's this whole thing that Chris always talks about, Chris Fodstick in the chat usually. He's shared with me a lot of things, how they're doing this non-lingual programming. It's like non-linguistic, where they can say codes, phrases, and it can just again, you got to go read the program. It's called Program to Kill by Dave McGowan. How you can actually program somebody to kill. This is what they're saying. And with all the time that Lori spent inside of a temple, I mean, we're talking extreme temple going. Okay, she was. I mean, it's not a far fetch, especially when you like Chris has shared with me, when you have when you have Tony Robbins. Okay, you have uh, Dr. Bradley Nelson. I'm sorry, Dr. Bradley Nelson, who's over the energy code, the body code. That's that whole program that Zalema and Julie Rowe both went through. That's that energy healing that they try to say, but I don't think so. I think it's the same, like tricksters, the same, you know, uh, fraudsters, grifters, all this little clique, and it's not little, but this clique of people who seem to be in lockstep, if you know what I'm saying. And they're geared up to usher in this whole second coming of Jesus Christ, which equates to ushering in a new world regime, we'll just say regime. It's very interesting to me because again, what do secret societies do? Where do they thrive? How do they operate and where do they operate? They say in plain sight, it is the occult. It's hidden, it's so contradictory to, again, nothing they do makes sense, but I don't know if I should even continue to talk, because it gets kind of freaky when you think about how crazy they are and how they will not stop at nothing and how maybe they can remove you. I don't know. It's an invasion of my privacy, but according to what I'm picking up on all these people is they don't give a shit what I think and they're going to invade. And so if that is even possible, because it probably is, I've been researching into this too. And there's other people that experience these things and they've been hidden from us. They've been like, oh no, we don't do that. We don't believe in psychics and remote viewers. We debunked that a long time ago. And then they're like, 80 years ahead of us. And then they declassify the things. By that time, you know, uh, I mean, Elon Musk could just be remote viewing to Mars for all I know. I'm just saying. I wonder. I wonder. Anywho. All right. So, okay, that's interesting though. People would be surprised to know that more than 17,000 people are trafficked into the United States every year, Rhea said. Quote, that's why I'm an abolitionist. If we can train every country, our hope is to create a firewall against human trafficking so that filth doesn't come in and penetrate here into our country and our state. It sounds like projection to me. Uh, I don't know. I don't remember border things being a thing, you know? I don't even know. I think that's just to keep up the harvest, if you know what I'm saying. I know that's not a very nice word, but OUR has utilized sting operations to save more than 123 children in 11 different countries. Okay. They risk their own safety. Thank you. It's like Lori talking about how she held, Tyler's hair and like Colby said, it's like, what do you want? A freaking reward? That's your damn job, hussy. He didn't say hussy, but I did. Because I've always felt that way too about her. Like, you're okay, whoopity doo dah. Okay, but you murdered her. Okay, though. Okay, two wrongs don't make her, you know what I mean? That don't count here. That doesn't count here. Nobody's keeping score. They risk their own safety by going undercover as American tourists. Negotiate. I mean, they are. American tourists, if you think about it, negotiating deals with the people who are doing the trafficking. I'm just going to say trafficking. Founder and CEO Tim Ballard said this is the best way to identify and stop traffickers. I thought it was all about the couple's ruse and having a fake girlfriend attend with you, so, or a fake wife, whichever, or however you did this. Stupid shit, Tim. Stupid. Dumb. Anyways, I thought it was pheromones that, they had to smell. I'm just saying, dumbass. Okay. So founder and CEO Tim Ballard said this is the best way to identify and stop sex traffickers, which is what, building a firewall? Or acting as tourists? I don't, what? You don't even know yet. You're still formulating. The majority of buyers of child trafficking are Americans, making the involvement of Ballard and the other Caucasian American team. Why would they put Caucasian American team? Yet he's exploiting Underground Railroad. They're throwing out tracks like Uncle Tom's Cabin and, trying to take credit for, I already forgot her name because I suck with my memory. We just quoted it on the last paper, right? Interesting. Exploit. And again, this is just like Janet Russin, in my opinion, in reference to Adam Hurwitz, the reporter and investigative reporter at Fox 13 News. She called him, and she was on Troy Abel's The Last Dispensation channel, right? The Mormon channel, that offers them a platform. And she was on there, and she referred to Adam Hurwitz as a coon. And this, in my opinion, is how they talk in code, because just like Janet Russin, Chad Daybell on September 9th, 2019, he texted his wife, who was still living at the time, and he texted her while she was at work, and he said, "Hey, and great good time," or whatever the hell he said. And he's like, "I gotta burn some limb debris, and I just shot that raccoon. That raccoon, I believe, is that dark slur word. It's a way to say dark without saying dark, or zombie, or black, or evil, or it's just another one of those words." And so I want to say this is how I felt about this the whole time. Or once I learned about this code talking crap, that we were told, even by the officers, okay, when they testified in Chad's trial, that they talk in code, okay? And so I'm not crazy. You're not crazy. We're not crazy. They talk in code and they're stupid. But I think we're going to find the blueprints one day. There's ambassadors, there's all kinds of things. I think this is what goes into their new Jerusalem. You know what I mean? It's my code word for not getting shadow banned much more. For the NWO. So I think that they're already practicing that law. They're practicing living that way. They're getting sealed in the temple in this life. They're being exalted, which I think is like their past. Like, hey, your bloodline matches up. So you get to be, oh, is this polygamy? Oh, shit. I'm telling you all, this is so deep. So deep. So deep. It goes so far back, but it's been touted as one thing. It's been, like the U.S. government talking about polygamy now, with the U.S. government saying, they're outlawing it. They're like, Mormons, you either have to, you cannot become a part of the United States until you disavow this polygamy practice. And so they're like, okay. And, it makes me think, that's why they can do it in this life, because they're already living under another law. They are the Church of the Firstborn. This is the Church of the Firstborn, because it really, in Scripture, in Mormon Scripture, it says that the church will basically turn evil, and then it'll fall away, with American Covenant and all that shit, or with the fallen nation, right? With America, it's fallen, according to Tim Ballard. And that's what he told Sheridan Stockwell. That's what his book is about, the American Covenant. Then it was then President Ballard helped Tim Ballard rewrite the American Covenant because that was for a Mormon audience. Then President Ballard allegedly helped him create a new book that targeted a wider audience. Do you hear me? Please tell me y'all understand what I'm saying. It's crazy. I know it is, but it's the biggest conspiracy that I never was looking for. I was not looking for the shit. I just wanted to know where Lori and Chad's beliefs differ from the church. That's it. And here I am. And I just happened to look up one day and I was like, oh, this is the end game. Like, this is what they're doing. So when they say this is what they really mean. Like, they're straight up ushering. This is the New Jerusalem. This is the whole thing. Tylee and JJ were sacrificed in order for Lori and Chad to seal the deal, to gain entrance into their New Jerusalem, aka Church of the Firstborn, aka it's the shadow church. I don't know. There seems to be all kinds of shadow shit. But that's what's going on. So, anyways, this does tie into Iran Contra. So just hold on. I'm trying. OUR is a tool. Let me finish. The majority of buyers of child trafficking are Americans, making the involvement of Ballard and the other Caucasian American team members, crackers, I'm just picking, essential to gaining the trust of traffickers. Ballard and his team need the help of local law enforcement. Isn't that like the jurisdiction? Like, don't they have to go in under that, like with their permission? It said earlier they couldn't even arrest them. They had to call a NOP off because whatever. The help of local enforcement officers to make arrests and ultimately shut down the traffickers. Quote, OUR is a tool for law enforcement, Ballard said. We can't do anything without them. There you go. And we are able to go in and do things that they can't do. Like what? Diddle people? Be a shocker con. Root shocker con. Okay. Also recognized at the showing were the Colombian CTI agents who worked with OUR to make several arrests. The CTI is a Colombian federal agency similar to the United States FBI. CTI agent Javier said he has already seen a difference in his country. Quote, yes, the traffickers, are scared, Javier said. Wow, I'm so moved. They've heard there have been busts and they don't want to get involved anymore. Unquote. So wouldn't you say that, okay, send them home. Job here is done. Tim done saved the world. One country at a time. Another CTI agent added, quote, we are grateful for Tim because I can name a bazillion reasons why. We have been able to arrest a lot of people. It's just the beginning, unquote. Ballard said the Colombian government officials weren't just there to be honored, but also to receive training by what? Tim Ballard, the expert, all of a sudden? I mean, he's not. He oh my God. He worked for HSI allegedly. And he would just look at, allegedly, he would look at corn, child corn, the little kitty corn all day. And then he recognizes, that's just nasty. Anyway, so, okay, honored, but also to receive training on how to rescue and rehabilitate. That's something Tim Ballard he don't know how to, oh my God, think of aftercare. Okay. It's a ghost because it's like a shadow aftercare because it don't exist, in my opinion. And rehabilitate victims of trafficking. OUR plans to further collaborate with the Colombian government by opening a shelter for rescue. Wow. And rehabilitation in Colombia, which is where Alex Cox used to go on his little X tours, right? Remember that? Maria? They are currently looking for a site, according to Senior Vice President Matt Osborne. OUR attributes its successes to the collaborative efforts of local and foreign government officials and of everyday people. No donation is too small, and no prayer goes unheard. It's people say. The team at OUR knows that not everyone can do sting operations or make movies, but it believes there is always something people can do, no matter how small. Speakers encouraged attendees to spread the word, right, about the issue via social media outlets. Spreading the word and letting people know slavery didn't end with Lincoln can be a big help, Osborne said. Anyways, so there's that one. Okay, this one will be the one. Let me go back to here. I had that one twice. Let's see. Hold the phone. I always go to the wrong thing. Go here and go to projects and see all. Sorry, I gotta talk myself through things. I suck at this. Folders. And I believe I'm not sure. No, that's not one. Okay. When is this from? Come on, show me. 4 days ago. Oh. I found all this stuff last night. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I don't go far. I don't go anywhere, as a matter of fact. So it just should be right here. Obviously not. Let me go to designs. Movies. Let me just. Come on, open. Oh, that's right. Open a new tab. Whatever. Let's get going. Let's see. Let me change tabs. Let me scroll. It was interesting. I mean, I was like, whoa. All these are interesting, really. I just copied and pasted. Oh, I know which one. I know. Mm. Okay. Come on, girl. Get to it. uh, it's called, I pulled it up earlier. Damn it. Let me just, okay. Hold on. This is ridiculous. Crush a K. What is this? Okay, that's that story. That's the one from ACJ. Okay. My damn history. That's all I need. New federal. Okay, here we go. Okay. The abolitionist letter. Let's see. I mean, it's right by this other one. The Meg Connor. Not what's her name? Not Megan, but Connolly, I don't remember her name. Okay. That sucks. And I go too long on these things, I swear. I don't know what happened to me, y'all. I really don't. I'm not beating myself up. I just really don't know what happened to me. It's like I'm slow. Seriously, like slow. Oh, here. God dang. The shady side of Timothy Ballard, right? Jeez. And so this is written by, I know I have a link down here. Just let's get into it. Robin Marchant. Okay. And this was September 25th, 2023. On July 4th, 2023, a less hyped indie film, Sound of Freedom, made its big screen debut. Its plot is simple yet captivating. A Homeland Security agent leaves his government job for a much more risky task of rescuing child trafficking victims. Sound of Freedom is based on the story of Tim Ballard, the founder of Operation Underground Railroad. Oh, that's the end of the sentence. OUR conducts rescue missions in real life. Created on a budget of $14 million, the flick became a box office hit, outshining big budget movies like Fast X and Elemental. While the masses loved it on the big screen, Sound of Freedom attracted heavy criticism from several news outlets. To the film's lead actor, Jim Caviezel. However, he was chronicling the narrative of one man's courage. Quote, I get to play an absolute real bona fide hero in Tim Ballard, unquote. He remarked in an interview with Fox News, quote, he did everything that you read about in the Gospels, unquote. Caviezel likened the role to his controversial portrayal of Jesus in, quote, The Passion of the Christ. Okay, so it says, although his idolization of Ballard is justified by the praise the latter's work has received over the years, beyond the accolades lie reports of unethical practices, questionable associations, and inconsistencies in some of OUR's stories. We can also put, they're alleged to be the actual traffickers. We can also put the new allegations of the money laundering, all those things, right? Tack that on. Okay, so it says, this is the shady side of Tim Ballard. Tim Ballard left OUR amid allegations of misconduct. A decade after founding Operation Underground Railroad, Tim Ballard made an exit. Ballard reportedly retreated to pave the way for an internal probe. It later emerged that he had left OUR due to allegations of offensive advances. Ballard had supposedly pressured women into sharing a bed and taking joint showers during rescue operations in foreign countries under the guise of being his spouse. And, yeah. Moreover, he allegedly sent one woman inappropriate pictures. Now, this is back in 2023. Lots happened. In response to claims made against Tim, the Spear Fund senior advisor, which is Ken Krogh, wrote partly on the organization's website, quote, during my time at OUR, I designed strict guidelines for myself and our operators in the field. Contact was prohibited, and therefore it didn't happen. And I led by example. Given our meticulous attention to this issue, this must be about Tim. Okay. Given our meticulous attention to this issue, any suggestion of inappropriate contact is categorically false. That's another fave. Ballard further stated that he was a target and efforts were being made to soil the good reputation he had built each passing year. We beg to differ, okay? Dude, you quit looking in the mirror. Operation Underground Railroad was under investigation. The New York Post initially reported the possibility of an Operation Underground Railroad investigation in March of 2017. So that was like not long after that article we read just now in 2015, like just trying to gauge it a little bit. So, according to the news outlet, there were grievances raised about the Tim Ballard-led entity's alleged deceitful acquisition and misuse of donor funding. Wow. The precursor, right? Or it's just all happening. It's just all coming to a head. The Utah-based nonprofit reportedly claimed to use its finances to combat local issues. It was backed by State Attorney General Sean Reyes, who held OUR's activities on TEDx the previous year. Have you ever seen Sean Reyes' TED Talk? Go Google it. It's interesting. Just so robotic. Good speaker. Anyways, in October of 2020, this is when I caught on to it. Okay, so kids had just been found, in June. We were having hurricane number 2 that year. It was just crazy. It was reported that OUR was under probe. While details of the investigation weren't publicly revealed, Davis County Attorney Troy Rawlings told Fox 13 News, quote, "We've received complaints and are in the process of reviewing those complaints," unquote. At the time of reporting, Reyes, who served on OUR's board of advisors, still does on it's Liberty 89. Still does to this day. Which I don't really know what the hell it does. I don't think it does anything. Okay. Okay, so it's Sean Reyes. No. I'm sorry. Attorney Troy Rawlings told Fox 13 News, quote, "We've received complaints and are in the process of reviewing those complaints." At the time of reporting, Reyes, who served on OUR's board of advisors and was part of a Columbia operation in October 2014, declined to comment on the investigation. Fox 13 News further relayed that Rawlings had posted a series of cryptic posts via his personal Instagram. I remember that. I got screenshots of that crap too. On his personal Instagram account to alert the public, quote, "Please beware of any individual, entity, or organization who solicits your money and may be claiming credit for work to protect children that is actually done by our task force," which is Sean Reyes's, right? It's Utah's, "and or other law enforcement organizations in Utah and around the world," unquote. He wrote in part, "In May of 2023, the investigation came to a close," and then make way for, right, Sound of Freedom. Tim Ballard's row with the LDS Church. Tim Ballard alleged that a key figure at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints was instrumental, albeit covertly, in operational Underground Railroad's running. President Melvin Russell Ballard, the leader in question, was said to have also backed Tim's private business dealings. According to witnesses in a wrapped-up investigation, Tim's involvement was supposedly meant to draw larger numbers into practicing the Mormon faith. The Mormon Church asserted that Tim, who coincidentally bears the same last name as President Melvin, despite no biological relation, was an old acquaintance. However, a spokesperson told Vice News that he'd, quote, betrayed their friendship through the unauthorized use of President Ballard's name for Tim Ballard's personal advantage and activity regarded as morally unacceptable, unquote. Now that statement, there's about 6 to 8 people who have corroborated and reported to Goel with investigation of ritual abuse. And same old Gordon Bowen, right? He's alleged to have written this exact statement, the one to Vice News, about morally unacceptable. So anyways, speaking to a crowd in Boston, Tim responded to the accusations made against him. President Ballard is like a grandfather to me, he said to reporters. He came to me in 2012, 2011, and he told me that he appreciates all the things I'm doing and he wants to help me do it. Never in my life. Never. Right. Have I used his name to raise money? Remember how you said it? Or to make some business deal, unquote. The negative publicity he was receiving, he added, was taking a toll on his family's well-being. I mean, check yourself, dude. It's called consequences of your own damn actions, in my opinion. It's called karma. Choice consequence. Discrepancies in the dog tag story. At the center of Operation Underground Railroad's beginnings lies the touching story of a dog tag necklace, just as depicted in The Sound of Freedom, with a little twist. Tim Ballard received the necklace from a little boy during a rescue operation prior to founding OUR. Inscribed on the pendant were the words, quote, "Man of God," unquote, and a Bible verse from the book of Timothy, 1 Timothy 6:11. To Ballard, it marked the beginning of his purpose, as he shared on OUR's blog and recounted in an interview with CBN News. The Salt Lake Tribune, however, highlighted inconsistencies in Ballard's story based on an investigation by journalist Kenneth Packer. According to court records obtained by the publication, the interception of pedophile Earl Buchanan, who had held the boy in Ballard's story, happened at a routine border search and wasn't based on a tip. Most shocking was the probability that the sentimental moment between Ballard and the boy may have been a figment of his own imagination. While Ballard's account suggested that an interview happened during which he was handed the dog tag necklace, court records showed that the government could not, quote, produce what does not exist, or what doesn't exist, could not produce what does not exist, per request. In response, Ballard told the publication, "I can't control all the details that end up making it into court documents, but I can tell you that me and another ICE special agent absolutely did interview the little boy at least 2 separate times, taking him to McDonald's and then Denny's." That don't even sound right. Okay, that don't sound right. You don't be taking little kids on their own. Especially fragile little kids. No, no, sir. Operation Underground Railroad lied about an American Airlines partnership. This has to do, I think, with Gordon Bowen too, somewhere in here. I mean, he probably won't be in here, but it ties in somewhere. I promise. While it was reported that Tim Ballard and OUR took credit for the rescue of, quote, Liliana, a trafficked survivor who escaped her abductor on her own after 7 years, on her own, right? Ballard, so he's taking that valor from that little girl. You know what I mean? Like, oh my God, takes dignity and everything. Like, just exploit much. Shocker con. Ballard mentioned that the organization didn't handle her release and only provided aftercare in a Senate hearing. Yeah. Still, there's another half truth that was allegedly told by OUR. In June of 2022, Ballard made a since deleted Instagram post that suggested a partnership between OUR and American Airlines. Quote, "Look out for this video all month long on at American Air domestic flights. So grateful to American Airlines for helping us spread awareness," unquote. I think diddy. That's what I think of. He wrote in part, okay, so thanks for helping us spread awareness. He wrote in part via Vice. Ballard's announcement was accompanied by a tweet and a Facebook post on OUR's official accounts. There's OUR again, right? American Airlines eventually denied the existence of such a collaboration. It's a lie, right? It's a damn lie. In a statement to Vice, the company said, quote, content from Operation Underground Railroad is not available on Americans in-flight entertainment, and we do not have any partnership or affiliation with the organization, unquote. Besides making the false claim, Operation Underground Railroad was reported to have used questionable methods of obtaining information. Apparently, one of the organization's mission on the Dominican Republic-Haitian border involved an alert by an Utah-based psychic. Janet. The Tim Ballard Associated Nazarene Fund, here we go, was reportedly problematic. So I'm not taking I am never taking anybody's thunder. Like, this is just a good find, okay? Tim Ballard stepped down from his role as chief executive officer of the Nazarene Fund in July 2023. Boy, he was making some changes, right? Um, the move the move coincided with news of Ballard's departure from OUR. Just like OUR, the Glenn Beck supported Nazarene Fund was allegedly guilty of feeding the public half truths. According to Vice, President Joe Biden's administration said, quote, the Nazarene Fund was problematic in a lot of ways, unquote, during the rescue of the Afghan girls. National soccer team after the country was invaded by the Taliban. The Nazarene Fund supposedly embellished its role in the mission. In an interview with Beck, Deliver Fund founder, this is interesting. When it gets to the red, you'll know. Deliver Fund Deliver Fund founder Nick McKinley revealed that the Nazarene Fund came on board after the operation was underway to assist with air travel. I wonder if this is where they got their whole little story about American Airlines. You think? Oh my gosh. Quote, there's a really important piece here that's, I'm sorry. Quote, there's a really important piece here that's really a feather in the cap of the Nazarene Fund, unquote, he said. Quote, and that is the fact that the Nazarene Fund was smart enough to have credit with Cam Air, unquote. Interesting. The organization, he added, was also influential in getting clearance from the Taliban through former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan. The bone of contention was Beck's implication of active involvement in tweets that left out key figures in the operation. The USAID, Deliver Fund, Delaware Senator Chris Coons, and the governments of Georgia and Portugal, where the team was granted asylum. Subsequently, there were questions about financial accountability, including a lack of transparency on the use of $35.5 million collected for the rescue of Christian fugitives, since the Nazarene Fund was fully compensated by the Deliver Fund. Oh my God, they're eyeballs deep. He was an advocate of the Trump wall. Tim Ballard shares a friendship with former President Donald Trump, one which saw the latter congratulate him for the release of Sound of Freedom. During a July 2023 appearance on the Tim Ballard podcast, alongside the film's lead, Jim Caviezel, the POTUS? I don't know how y'all say that. Yeah, I think so. Weighed in on what he considered the sorry state of the United States border. Quote, it's incredibly bad right now, unquote. He said, quote, it's so sad to see what's happened, and that includes trafficking, including rugs, including everything. People coming in from all over the world. We have a terrible group of people running our country, unquote. And this just made me think about when Tim, I do have the screenshots, not right now, but I found them in an ebook. You know how they're about their ebooks, right? Ken Krog. Anyways, I found it on, I forget the name of the site, right? Everrand or I forget. It used to be called something else. Scribed, it used to be called, or it may still be, but there's a lot of things on there you can find. And so they have like a abolitionist ebook, so to speak. And so they have pictures included in that. And Tim's like digging, there's a picture of tunnels and he's digging them, or allegedly he's hanging around the tunnel. And he's just like, oh, we've been doing this for 6 months, yada, yada, yada. I mean, it's interesting, but I do remember, and I will find it. I haven't looked for it since all this other stuff came up. You know, it's like Diddy's house. It makes me think about Jody Hildebrand's house. Like, does she have some damn tunnels? I'm just asking. There are tunnels everywhere. I mean, that's no secret. But um, I want to say, no, in the video that I will find and corroborate what I'm saying is Tim saying that they had tunnels underneath Operation Underground Railroad's headquarters. And I was like, interesting. And you say they'll be accusing you of red rum when? Soon? Oh, okay. Anyways, being sarcastic. Okay, it says, okay. Construction of the infamous Trump wall meant to separate the United States and Mexico. was halted by the Biden administration in April 2021. Ballard was a staunch supporter of the wall, and in a Deseret News piece, which has since been deleted, advocated for its role in helping with the war against child trafficking. Quote, if the wall expanded the length of the southern border, imagine how many more children would be pushed through the ports of entry and subsequently rescued instead of being brought through where the rescuer can't see. I think he's talking about tunnels, where law enforcement can't easily intervene, unquote. Ballard wrote, adding that traffickers would bow out of committing. So this would just make all the traffickers just writ. They would just quit right there on the job. Like, we quit. You got us, Tim. You're so clever. Adding that traffickers would bow out of committing the crime in the first place if they knew their entry points were limited. Don't you know? What the hell? So stupid. So if you or anyone you know may be the victim of child A or SA or any of this stuff, right? Here's some resources for you. And I think we need to end there. I know I've gone way too long in this. Yeah, this is we'll go over this soon, maybe tomorrow, and have just a regular damn live, right? Just be like, Krisha, it's in the folder that says movies on it. Or Krisha, go rename your folder so that you'll find it. Right. Tunnels are everywhere. Okay, so the Theosophical Society was about unveiled and secret doctrines. They were the Hollywood before the Hollywood was movie stars. And Tam is the gatekeeper. Oh wow. So that what I read from earlier about the Theosophical Society, I don't know if you caught that, but I don't know if that's why you're saying this. Probably, but that just it I don't know. It's something about those key phrases. You know how I am. You know how I'm like, they just said this or that. And it just is weird once I hear it twice, when I hear it more than that, I really start keeping tabs on it. I don't know. My brain works that way. It just does. It's how it files things. And it files so much stuff that I can't remember what I'm doing right now. Right. So it just is one of those things that Barry, I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna go look whenever we get out of here, and I'm gonna go try and find where Megan said that. I'm just trying to figure out where she said that. I don't know if it was on Hidden True Crime. I don't know if it was on Mormon Stories Pie. I don't know if it's on her own channel. I could just text her and ask her, But there's just something about that dog whistle that, we know that Barry thinks he's 1%. We know that, right? Diddy thought he was 10%. Okay. Or, the whole Boule boys and all that stuff. They're the 10 percenters or whatever, they're the elite and we're not. And so they say things in plain sight and have their own communication. Just like we're go to a foreign country and we can't speak English, or whatever the country's language is. But you find a way to communicate with one another. And so this is just something that's been around forever. Forever, forever, ever, forever, ever. Yeah. If if T.S. Jackson was in here, I'd say, sorry, Miss Jackson. Anyways. Okay, y'all. Thanks for hanging in. And I know that this, according to American Crime Journal, one of the big proponents of Tim Ballard and Glenn Beck, that might not have been the article, y'all, but it led up to it. So we'll share those tomorrow. Have them ready and everything in here, ready to go. But it's that whole Rudolph Atala, and it's the Atlantic Council. This is on American Crime Journal. Let me grab the link so you can go check this very article out for yourself. And I'm telling you, it just feels like it. And especially with, like, in my opinion, Christopher Perrett. There's a story that was posted by someone in Reddit. And I understand it's Reddit. Okay. Lori Vallow Reddit. Or it might be Mormon or ex-Mormon. I don't even know. But this person, again, we weren't really discussing Chris Parrott, you know what I'm saying? But they added this part in because it's their story. And so they were like, hey, I worked for Chris Parrott. Basically, I'm just like just kind of condensing this, but basically they alleged to have worked for Chris Parrott, and he would get in these crazy, weird, not weird, but just, you just, I know what they mean when they say this because I don't ask, I don't pry, and so when you're receiving these big crates a lot of times a week, and things are just kind of sketch, and you're just kind of observing, you're reading the room basically, but without asking questions. And so it just makes me wonder. It makes me wonder if this could be arms, if you know what I'm saying. And so with all the relationships that are, going on allegedly, in my opinion, between Tim Ballard, I mean, he sat on the same board with Henry Kissinger, y'all. I'm okay. I see, I've actually saw a picture one time. I don't know where it's at. I have looked for it, but it's with him and Putin. Okay. On a boat. I don't know if it's him. I'm just saying I saw a picture that looked just like him and Putin on a boat. Spear fun. You know what I'm saying? Like all these things, slave stealers, they're wordplay, and they're all telling us something. If we're looking, like I know I'm looking for clues. I'm looking for evidence via the words that they say. So anyways, I still have to give you all that link. But yeah, so we'll go more into that too, because it does, I want to say it feels like it ties in Iran Contra. If I had to just put something on, and take a really big guesstimate, that's what it feels like to me. That's what it looks like to me. I don't know. I've watched a few documentaries, but I don't cling to things like that unless it's pertains to anything I'm researching over here in this space, but then I'll eventually learn about it. You know what I mean? So it's crazy. If you're a country, you're corrupt. End of story. Putin isn't any worse or better than any of the rest of them. In fact, I'll argue I know he's much more measured and masterful than Biden ever dreamed, or any of them. Really, you're right. You're right. I totally agree with you. And another thing too is just the whole Viktor Yushchenko connection that is well established, well documented between David Hamblin and his wife Shalom Eastwood Levitt. That's your Ukraine, and I do believe that all these people, all these leaders, I believe that they get along. I believe that, I even think that like Obama and Trump get along. You know what I'm saying? Like it, it's all a show. It's an act. And especially in my opinion, with these actors, um, it's just to keep us divided, keep us fighting over something, everything. Is to distract us a great deal. It's to, again, confuse us, make us maybe feel like we have rights, like every vote counts. Does it? I didn't feel like my vote counted the one time I did vote. And, I found out that I don't know how to talk about it, ever, to relay it to you, but I, something about my state, Louisiana didn't count or something. I'm like, what? Electoral votes or what? I don't know. I gave up on it then and I wasn't too much into it then. And the more I go into this territory, I don't know. I don't like none of it. And I just kind of guess I know that my vote counts, allegedly, or whatever. I really just think that's a ruse all in and of itself. And hell, I might lose my damn channel. I'm just saying. I choose source. I choose God, and I choose to rely on the senses that He instilled in me, that uh, I was gifted with, that I was born with, and to rely on my community, on my brothers and sisters, basically. Because, God's children are not for sale, and we are God's children. Okay. Just saying. Okay. Okay. Huggy Bear. That's really good. Yeah. Definitely. The lady that took his place, Tammy Lee, allegedly, whatever, they just move them around as needed. as allegations come out from every which way direction, and like they moved her. And so I remember sharing that on here that she was all into some really weird biotech stuff. Crazy. I was like, oh my God, like talking about pigs, um, pig organs, and wanting to do transplants, and government was like, no, you're not ready yet. And they're like, we're ready. And can you imagine? Okay. Let's see. Let me read the room here. Let's see. I don't know why I've noticed. Okay, let me look at your initial one. Okay, so uh, if you're running it, okay, you've always felt like it's corrupt, and then you say he's rapping. Okay, that's Huggy Bear. Have you guys noticed who hasn't endorsed Allah? I'll just say Allah. Allah. Hill and Bill has not said a word. I don't know why. I've noticed it and started looking around about why. That's a good observation, though. See, that's how I am too. I just kind of like, like what's going on here? Um, it's all the side, love one another, and both sides are diving. Yeah. No, who are being it? I love all human beings. Me too. Me too. I hate these powers that be that have enslaved every one of us. My grandparents, your grandparents, your great, all our great, all the way back, all our ancestors. And for some time, and I mean, especially with the way entertainment and, tech and information is at our fingertips, and, we have our phones, we have our devices, we um, can, the algorithm is feeding to you. And I'm like, is it though? I mean, are you thinking back to whenever we didn't have phones, with cellular capabilities, no computer, none of that crap, because I mean, if I'm somebody who lived in a time like that, then yes, I would compare it to my time living like that. I mean, you can kind of say that I kept the algorithm the same too when I had just 3 channels on the dial, and I'd go change a channel. I'd be like, oh, okay, well, I still want to watch cartoons. And so I changed another channel and I'm still going to watch cartoons. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, really, is it just designed? I'm just saying. I don't know. I'm probably being really ignorant, but just one of those things that make you go, well, I'm so glad y'all are here. I know I didn't. I love music too. I'll miss it. I miss it. I miss it. I miss it. So it's nice to be able to, again, it's not a nice subject, to be learning about all the egregious nastiness that's the evil ones are doing, but I want to learn their game. That's what I've been doing, is sizing the church up. I've been sizing up these people in and around Lori and Chad. And then it's just widened and widened. And I didn't know I was even like, I wasn't looking for this. I was not looking for this. I just was like, oh crap. And I tripped over the OWN network, OWN. I'm just picking, just switch that around and it's NWO, right? Just saying. That's interesting wordplay. And not to mention that Miss Oprah Winfrey was the darkest spirit of all on Chad Daybell's so-called list. Could it be the powers that be? Melanie, David, just saying weird shit like Ballard and Renlund are zombies. Oprah is the darkest of all, or whatever. No, because that was actually shown to April by Lori. Actually, Oprah, the whole Oprah thing. And Melanie was like, oh no, I just skimmed it, kind of. But they all have, in my opinion, they all have interest in this. They all have a role in this, whatever the hell that looks like for them. And whatever they got to sacrifice, I hope it's nobody that you love. Jesus. Or themselves, Like, this is weird shit. This is the most weirdest shit ever. The new OUR lady, Tammy Lee, talks breeding animals without horns. That's it. Yes. And I'm like, oh, Luciferian. You think about Lucifer horns. That's what I think of. And I'm like, huh. Is that what y'all are breeding? I mean, just makes you think. Is that Tim? Is that Timmy? No horns? They hit his horn? Just saying. Lori, they hit her horns? Anywho. John of God, yes, and his breeding farms and Oprah all over that. Not to mention her orphanage, whatever. I don't like the fact that any of these people have orphanages. Straight up, I don't like that they have access to our. Look. I must repeat what Scott Reich always says: wherever there are children, there are going to be redditors. Okay, I sound like Scooby Doo talking to this new act, the in the new wordplay, right? Anyways, thank you guys. I love you. And thanks for dealing with my bad hair. Becky with the good hair. No, I just figured. Mm. And I think about your people too, Ravina. Like I've been looking into a lot more stories of Native American women and men. It's all no creed, no boundaries, no race, no sex, no boundaries, right? Violent crime is indiscriminate, just as love, as above, so below. Love is kind, love is patient, that whole thing that I'm messing up right now. Love is patient, love is kind. No, not today. Okay, thank you. I'll just say thank you. Research brown skinned children. I have, and I feel like I might be, like I'm not trying to offend you or anybody who is Native American. I was raised to say Indian and sit Indian style. I had somebody correct me on here, because I mean, I just never thought about these things. And, but like my grandfather on my real dad's side, my papa Eddie, he was on I have to look again. I always get them mixed up, but he was on the rolls. He lived in Oklahoma. He died in Oklahoma. Um, Chickasaw. I want to say it's Chickasaw. He was on the rolls, and I was just getting into that whenever Lori happened. That's when I got the 23andMe kids, where I was going to find out who my people were. And my cousins too. They went to school, like college, somewhat free. Like they got grants and whatever, scholarship, whatever, because they were able to prove so much Native American percentage. But their mom also has that, so I couldn't just bank that off of their results, But they live in New Mexico, and yeah. I used to be really dark skinned when I was younger. Oh my god, I mean, like I was a little brown girl. But as I've gotten older, it's like I've become more and more fair like my mom. And then my mom, like, it seemed to get the reddish hair, but then it's on my dad's side too. So it's interesting. Look, I'm gonna show y'all, if hopefully it'll show. This is me, my mom, and my dad when I was like 9 months old. And they're so young, but they kind of look alike, and we all look alike, really. It's weird. But mom was like 17 and my dad was 19 or 20. I don't remember. Look, and I'm chunky. Oh, ah, damn blur. Me, my mom, that's Gerald and Kay or Ethel. Just figuring that's my mom. And me. Just figuring. Yeah. So, anyways, it's just interesting. I want to know my roots, but I've been scared ever since they got hexed. I'm just like, wait, what's going on? I'm just trying to get my bearings and be like, whoa, what the hell's going on here? Who's dark? What? Anyways, thank y'all. American spirits. What is that? That sounds. Oh, that reminded me of Diddy. How spirits. He was in the spirit. He definitely not in spirit. He was in the chakra. Sorry, Tinny. I'm not trying to offend anybody, but I need to watch that. But he was into spirits, alcohol, drinking. And who was I watched Sean Atwood again, like it happened to come on again. It was about oh my god, I gotta remember all these fucking names. All these things I gotta remember. The alcohol, the De Leon, whatever the hell it is. And this, so that is one thing I did actually I was like, I was like, who the hell owns it? Who, and I was just like looking through all the names and everything of who owns stock in the De Leon, right? Or I think that's what it's called. The Diddy juice. Don't drink the Diddy juice. So, so I was looking into that, and it turns out whenever I watched Sean Atwood about that for the second time, it came up by itself, and I was like, "Oh, yeah." And I was like, "Wait, let me look at that again." Like, just, I don't know, just a different look, a different view, perspective, time. And I saw that it was the church through another company. I'm just trying to think about it of it right now, and I can't. I can't, and I'm sorry because this sucks. I need to write a damn book or a PDF, a real PDF, huge file, and just hammer that sucker out. I don't want shit. I just want it off me. You know what I mean? And out there. And people can do with it what they will. I'm just want it off me. I want to deliver the message, so I can find out what my next message is. It's The Rock. That reminds me, I told y'all the other day about Jen. I don't know her last name, but she was on Real Housewives of Salt Lake. She was fraud, all kinds of things. She owned, and they're Mormon, rich. I'm sure they knew Paul Hutchinson. I looked into Paul Hutchinson's website again. Like I just have been revisiting things that I've forgotten about. Paul Hutchinson, y'all, he's got, they all have beefy resumes, but he's a billionaire, allegedly. And it's just interesting to see all these things and people network and then dodge and then like throw shit at each other. They're like monkeys at the zoo. They're like, hey, they're the shit throwing monkeys. And they don't care. They don't play keep away. They're just like, and you just happen to be right there, I'm about to go smoke for you then, Huggy Bear. You smoke the American Spirit? I need to smoke some American Spirits, if you know what I'm saying. I need to. I'm talking about something else. But anyways, all right, guys. I love you guys. I'd sit here and hang out, but we've already been here for 4 hours and 10 minutes. So sorry. It'll get better, allegedly, but I'm getting older, so that's probably not accurate. Anyways, yeah, I'll schedule a live stream for tomorrow, Sunday. I'll schedule it around Megan, so she don't have to do anything. Make sure Colby's not. He just kind of like he just fires off, and I'm just like, okay. I'm trying to navigate, but we got this. That's what family does. So, all right, I love you guys. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe, and all of, in my opinion, Tim Ballard and friends alleged, named and unnamed victims that are out there, and Diddy's, all the people that have been hurt in the crossfires of the chakra cons. It's what they are. It's the cons of the chakras. Okay. Chakra cons. Bye. See y'all later.